Dude, it was bad. My wife, she was pale. It wasn't the pizza. I think we figured out what happened. Um, Turns out that the although we thought that the dishwasher had run and it had not. And so she ate off of a plate that wasn't fully washed, and so we think that's what did it. Um could be wrong though. She was the only one that got sick and we all had the pizza, so we were trying to figure out what the hell could have happened, and then she went to empty the plates out of the dishwasher, and she could tell that the little thing hadn't popped open. Yeah, she's feeling a lot better today. I had a long night last night, no sleep. The kids both woke up, and I know my daughter was going to be freaked out about it anyways. So we, yeah, just a big long night basically. So what I'm looking into right now is the compression constraints of Sega CD and using that to compress the clips of hackers that I'm going to put on the game. I want to recreate that 15 frames a second with like really compressed looking stuff. So we'll see what we can do here. I'm looking at how we can limit colors through FFmpeg. So FPS 15, and we can scale. Max colors 32. This is basically almost exactly what I need. But this is, I gotta be careful. This is AI, right? And we're not supposed to use AI in our shit. Filters. We'll go straight to the source. Colors. There's color space. Chroma hold. Chroma key. Shit, what did they call it? Palette gen. Generate one palette for a whole video stream. It accepts the following options: max colors. Wixer, how's it going? Seven stream watch streak. Appreciate that, brother. I didn't know you got tokens for sharing the watch streaks. I wish that I could get rid of. I don't want the FOMO thing. I don't want people to stop watching because they missed a streak. And I feel like that's the psychology of that is that once you miss it, you don't want to come back. If I worry about that, I do. The Genesis unit has a resolution of 320 by 224 pixels. Assuming the resolutions. So that's our limit on our stream rate. But we're limited by bit rate, so we use the bit rate to figure out the constraint on our resolution of our video. You can supposedly watch VODs and watch now to keep your streak, but yeah, I don't know. I choose to share it. Yeah. You know what I could do? I wonder if you can do the little shorts. If I do more shorts, is that a way to keep the streak going? VODs and clips. Okay. Maybe I should start posting those. So we're limited to a certain bytes per second. Let's see. We require. So we're limited by 150,000 bytes a second with 8,000 bytes for sound. 8-bit audio at 8,000 hertz. So how do we set the audio? I'm so excited to do this, guys. I'm excited to do this. So what I'm doing right now is trying to recreate Sega CD quality video compression for the clips using Hackers, the movie. So that's that's the plan here, because we want this to feel like a game that came out in the 90s. I secretly wish that if I start turning this into an actual game, that I could create FMV cutscenes and then compress them like they were from then, and then make the game, release the game as like a lost media thing, and be like, this game was made in the 90s. The company that made it went under, got sold to like some industrial manufacturing thing or something. All the media was thought to be lost, and then the sun took over and found the storage unit, and it was all there. You know, have some bullshit, and then have like a fake fucking documentary about it in the game. When you get the game, once you like do something, you can watch the documentary about what was known about the game. Like, just really fucking just create this alt history thing. Like, what's that fake arcade game with the, starts with a P or something? Creating Sega CD quality video. Matt, how's it going? We're in the middle of trying to create Sega CD quality video. Join us. Celebrity Matt. Celebrity Matt. We should refer, from now on, I want to refer to Matt as Celebrity Matt. And then we'll do like, because like traveling Uncle Matt in Fraggle Rock. But instead it's Celebrity Matt. I should have never said anything. I should have never. What did I do? Yeah, and I spelled quality wrong. Wow. That's like the Temu quality in. Wow. Look at that misspelling. That is wild. Way to go. Way to go, Cricket. Sega quality video. We don't need the creating Sega CD quality video. We're going to put this down at the bottom. I want to have a Chiron that I can just update. And then maybe people can occasionally just say like exclamation point something. And then it'll just like go across the Chiron. Matt Diamond. There we go. Matt Damien. My friend's brother is like very much reminds me of Matt Damon, and like could easily, like, I don't know. I totally get that vibe from him. Chiron. Twitch lower thirds graphic. I just need some sort of lower thirds here. Some sort of lower thirds here. And it needs to be a PNG. Just give me something. Cool, this website's down. Free pick. Twitch lower third images. Come on. This site's down. Excellent. All you do is host images and you can't stay up. This is good. This is our brave new world that we're entering. Magnifique. Twitch lower third images. Yeah, you know what I don't need on my lower thirds is the Twitch logo. I actually don't need that, so we could just not have that on there. That would be helpful. Well, this is trash, guys, so we're just going to have the text on there. Work at a service account named Mac Damon. Damien, and that's why I spelt it. Stupid PC terms infect my life. Yeah, when I worked at the ISP when I was a teen, or I guess I was like in my 20s, but yeah, we had a lot of customer names that were a blast, and we had a Mike Hunt, and Mike Hunt loved for us to say his complete name. He got just great joy out of us. He's like, okay, what's on the account? He would say his last name first. Okay, last name's Hunt, first name's Mike. And then he'd be like, do you have it? And he'd be like, yeah, I got your account up here right now. And he's like, what's the name? And he'd be like, oh, it's Mike Hunt. And he's like, that's right. he like loved it. So tell me about Sega CD quality video. What resolution? Interlaced? How many colors? What kind of encoding? So we are trying to figure it out. We have a byte limit, and we have to base everything around that. So our resolution and everything are going to be constrained by the bytes per second that we can pull off. It's saying here that the audio compression for the Sega CD for streaming video was 8,000 bytes at 8-bit audio at 800 hertz or 8,000 hertz. So that we got to look up how to do. See, the problem is we're not going to want to use. I guess we got to go to DuckDuckGo. Oh, wow, we almost spelled the wrong word after that. DuckDuckGo and FFmpeg audio bitrate. Don't give us AI, please. How to specify. Here we're going to super user. This is ironic. Encode high quality audio. There's a wiki. Audio bitrate. How to specify. AB and then bytes. So this looks like audio bitrate. And then this is let's just bring up our command line. FFmpeg -H. Okay. Zoom and enhance. License encoders. Audio quality options. AB is bitrate. Alias for -B. Select the bitrate audio streams. Bitrate. Audio quality. Codec specific. Sampling rate. Here we are. So this is our sampling rate. 8,000 hertz. So our command is going to look like this. Let's open up a thing to write the command in. I need something to write in text. I don't even know if I have something to do that. I need like a text program. Just give me a text program. You know what I'll do? We'll do it in NVIM. NVIM Sega CD encoding flag option. TXT. Okay. Zoom and enhance. So we know we're going to want 8,000 bytes. So we're going to say, nope. -AQ quality. No. AR. Stream spec is rate. Audio sampling rate. Stream spec. I'm just going to do 8,000. And then we want to do bitrate. AB is 8. So we're 8-bit audio at 8,000 hertz. Okay. All right. So that's taken care of. Is that 8 bytes per second? It's per second. 8-bit audio at 8,000 hertz per second. I went to school with Mike Hunt. They exist out there. He got mercilessly picked on. I don't get what his parents were thinking. I mean, it might have been just, you know, exposure, and not ever, the word never meant that when they were, you know, kids or whatever. But I also think making fun of people for their names is one of the lowest, like, you're actually the dummy. Like, are you serious right now? Like, that's what you're going for? That's all you got on me is my name? All right. Like, okay. Fiera, how's it going? So shout out to Fiera. But you're gonna, I mean, if it wasn't that, it'd be something else. So maybe having a name that people can pick on is actually a good thing, because it's like, that's not what I look like or anything. I used to get, I mean, you can find out my last name. I don't know. Am I going to dox myself if I get my full name? I won't say my last name, but I used to get Matthew Shorts all the time. They called me Matthew Shorts like it was some big dig. It's like, okay, guys. You really got me with that one. Damn, that one burns. Ah, hurts bad. Okay. So we know we've spent our 8,000 bytes here. On audio, and that leaves us with some amount of bytes remain. And this is per second. And so this, what determines the rest of the bytes is the fact that we have to have video comprised of 8x8 vectors, depending on the resolution, because it uses a palette or a pixel like stamps. Tile. That's the term I should be saying. So 8x8 vector tiles. And our color count is also restricted to some amount on the screen here. Four bits large. Each pixel in the tile is 4 bits large, which means it contains 16 unique colors. Each constitute pixel in a tile is 4 bits large. So 16 unique colors on an 8x8 pixels. 8x8 pixels is 64. So you can only have 16 unique colors in a tile. Out of what you would want would be 64, right? But you can't. Each tile has a control word. Jesus. So we're not going to go this deep, but we're using these constraints. We're going to try to use these constraints as our overall constraints. There's another interesting thing I was reading, that you have a color, you have your set colors, and you can't change them. I don't know if that's true. This guy's just kind of talking out of his butt. The Genesis unit. So it sounds like the Sega CD was based. It was limited by the Sega Genesis constraints. So maximum resolution of 320 by 224. And if we went video that high, then the compression would get even worse. Someone has got to have used. Yeah, my fear, Matt, is there's no LLM on this, and every time I do a search, I get the answer from Google or DuckDuckGo or whatever, just from their LLM stuff. So I'm trying to do this, just thinking it through the old way. We called it thinking. There was a time. Okay, so we know our max resolution. So how can we set resolution? Let's go up. Reduce audio bit resolution. This says produces a fake effect of crushing the bits. That's interesting. Bitrate, video options. So how am I seeing all this here, but I don't see any of this in the help command? Sure. Give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Audio sources. Let's go back to work here. Sorry about that. Doing some class stuff with the kids. Resolution. FFmpeg. Resolution. Change. Stack Overflow. Scale. What is this? This is the pixel. Oh, this is the pixel scale. Okay. Scale. And it's not in this. So what are we looking at up here? Table of contents. These are filters. Okay, so this is different than what I'm looking for. Documentation. We're looking at the tool. FFmpeg. Transcoding. Scale filter. So this is now saying there is a scale filter. Encoders and decoders. Muxers and demuxers. Video
Please sit down and have fun! Just sit down and have fun, damn it!
I heard someone needs help with FFmpeg. Stony, what's up? Use VF scale equals X. The one, I don't want the aspect ratio. Well, here's what I'm doing. We're going to convert the movie Hackers into Sega CD quality. So that's what I'm trying to do. So we need the resolution to at least be as small as 320 by 224. So So if we have scale, insert dash scale equals, but we have bit rate constraints that we're trying to match as well to make it compressed the way it would have been compressed for Sega CD. 220. So this is our maximum scale that we could do, although it's probably going to be smaller than that. We're needing 8 bits a second at 800 hertz for audio, or 8,000 hertz for audio. And we need 15 frames a second. Use -2 scale. And then so I do :-2 like that. Or preserve original aspect ratio and keep the divisibility. Well, here's another thing. We want 4:3. I want to take a ripped 16:9 video and do the 4:3 ratio. So I want to chop the sides off and make it 4:3. So that would also be very handy if I could do that. So let me know if any of this is, I'm pretty sure FFmpeg can do anything, but we do want to crop the sides and make it a 4:3 ratio. Thank you, JD. Did you bring Stoney in? Let me do a shout out to JD. He only does everything. JD does dev. Use the crop filter on the 4:3 scale then. Crop filter. Are you sure it's not the crop duster? Out. The width of the output video and the height. Keep aspect. If set to 1, it'll force the aspect output ratio the same as the input. It defaults to 0. So we do crop WH. So what does that command actually look like? Crop equals 4:3. VF scale. You can concatenate video filters with a comma, key, and a val. So anything that's under a filter, I can put in VF in quotes and then do a comma inside of that. Is that what you're saying? So I could do like this and then put the rest of this stuff in here with commas. Do I do the equal sign? So it would be like this and then comma and then so like that. And then we do this crop. Is that what you mean? So it would look like this. I'm doing this in Vim just so I have a copy of it. VF. So scale, crop. Only the VF filter stuff. Croppy right. Croppy right. The audio filters go into AF. Okay. So I see. Okay. Okay. AF. Okay. So we're kind of getting there. We also have a color limit. I'm guessing that's a video filter. So I'm looking into the unique requirements of the Sega CD color palette. I'm checking that right now. I think that we can only do a total of possibly 64 possible colors. So wait, based on quick calculations, blah, blah, blah. So here's what's really weird about the Sega CD. And I'm sure I could pipe a bunch of MPEG commands into each other to make this possible. But you're using 8x8 pixel stamps, and in that thing, you have a restriction of 16 possible colors. So for every 8 squared area of pixels, I can choose 16 colors to compress it in. Crop requires a top left offset if you're trying to remove. What if the native resolution doesn't have the black bars though? Like what if there's no black bars in the actual video because it's a 16:9 video and it doesn't have any you know what I mean? Do I still have to do that? So the original video doesn't have black bars. Technically, depending on the monitor you play it on, obviously, but I usually YOLO. Okay. Well, I mean, we have something here already, but let's figure out we want to crush the color count. So color color balance, contrast, correct, mixer, colorize, color key, color hole, color levels. We want maximum colors. I believe there's 512 was mentioned once. GIFs. GIF. Palette gen. Here we go. Max colors. So palette gen, I'm guessing is a video filter. Hang on a second, guys. I'm hearing some weird sounds. Is that you, Trish? Okay. I can't use AI for this jam, Stony. So in the examples, the following options, are these the order of the commands? So if I did palette gen equals maximum colors 64, is that right? And then if I wanted reserve transparent, I'd do a colon. And then that would be the next value. Palette gen. I mean, we have something now. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. So we're going to go ahead and we have to find my legitimate copy of Hackers that I have. Hang on. Shh. Let me check. I have FFmpeg. I do. And then my completely legitimate copy of Hackers. um, Now, what should I compress into? What format should I compress into? Home. So we're gonna go home. I can type. Jesus Christ. Ah. There we go. Zoom and enhance. So we're gonna say, how does this work? FFmpeg. I don't even know how you pass the video. FFmpeg. What is it typically? -I. I don't know what the I is about. We're just gonna do the name of the thing. FFmpeg. Hackers.mkv. Space. All of this stuff. How do I set the output? Like the output video name. Is it the last thing I set? Don't hit enter. What happened? Okay, I guess I'm typing this by hand. Can I not? Yoink. And then paste. There we go. Output files invalid argument. Hackers CD MKV. Error opening output file. Hackers. Output file. Wouldn't the first value be the input file? Do I need the -I for input? No option name near 8. Error passing a filter. Description around. So AB equals 8. It doesn't like that. Audio. -B. AB. 128. And then B. Those are the bytes, right? AF. AC for audio channels. What about bit rate? Or bytes, I mean. Or bit, yeah. I want it to be 8-bit. FFmpeg. And yeah, we probably want to do mono. Audio channels. Audio channels. Down mix to mono. Okay, so AC equals 1 for mono. We probably would want mono. Min rate. Oh, did I just get an AI result? God bless America. No AI, DuckDuckGo. Okay, thank you. AC equals 1, comma. So why is AB, do I need the K for AB? Parsing around, filter chain. So it doesn't like, I'm going to get rid of AB and just see. Error parsing filter chain. Are you sure it's AF? Into an AF chain. Yeah, I don't know why it's not liking me with the with it right now. God bless America. Unable to use output format AC equals 1. Error initializing the muxer. Invalid argument. Oh, no equals on the just the space. AC. Dash AC1. Oh, dash. Jesus. My brain. Going back and forth between the two. Bitrate 8 is extremely low. Maybe you mean 8K. Okay. I want 8 bit per second. Incorrect parameters such as bit rate, width, or height. Conversion failed. Picture size. I don't want a picture size of that. What are you talking about? Conversion failed. Bit rate, width, or height. Did I do something wrong for the width and height? Is it multiplying? I got chills. They're multiplying. And I'm losing control. It's electrifying. Oh, X. Not asterisk. Yes. Conversion failed. Error. Bit rate. It really doesn't like my bit rate. I don't understand what's happening right now. I'm stuck on this. I don't know what this is about. I'm going to do C. Enter command. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I don't know what any of this means. Press the Y flag. Pass the Y flag. Oh, the title's in the way. Move that over there. The Y flag where? Yes. Q to stop. I don't know what. Command received. Anywhere. Espanol Latino. Oh, do I have to pick the audio stream? I have Latino and I have English. We want to do English. Espanol. So how do I pick the stream? Oh, here we go. So stream to Inglés. Zero two stereo. What's the subtitles? Stream mapping. Ooh, stream mapping. I wonder. Maybe just do 10 seconds of the movie. Track number, or dash map. 0:2. There we go. And we are done. Because it's so small. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, we're ripped. Let's see what we got. It's so small. It's tiny. Oh my God, 9 megabytes total. We could put this on a couple of floppy disks. Okay, I'm not seeing any video. Hang on, let me open this with VLC. Okay, there's no video. Let's check some of the sound though.
This morning, I'll just search his files for the original virus code, and then I can eliminate it.
It sounds pretty on
expect you to get
point.
onto this right away, yes?
Yeah.
Well, how soon?
Only map the audio. Mapped your mom. Just trying to map your mom. Need help with that one. Okay, so what about all this palette gen stuff I did? What about all that? Map V0. Oh, okay. Okay. So then that's probably why it went so fast. So V:0. So you were saying audio. Okay, so this is audio. I get it. Audio : and then V:0 for video. Invalid argument. Something about the audio. Is it not audio : map : or map 0? So let's just do V0. Now it doesn't like 02. Map 02. Let me make sure I have the right. So map 02 dash. Can I do map twice? Map. Or can I just pass another one? Map V0. Extreme mapping. Sorry, the track number does not need the 0. So just map V. So do I do map V like that? No. Map V. No. Stream. Audio. Video is :1. Inglés. Map V:0. Map A. What happened to my command? Bro, what? Well, the sound is sounding right. I'll tell you that. Hackers. That is index space, not type base. Why is it still stream is 2? So would I do 2 for audio? Since stream 0 English. So 0's for both of them. Why is it not like what I've done? Map. No, that would be a 1. If you use A. So what are you seeing that tells you that? Here. Stream. So it's the thing after the colon? Or, because Spanish is :01. Video, I think video is 0. So it's absolute without the V or A. Then you want to use the V or A. You count the index yourself from 0 for each type of stream. So in our case, it would be 1 for English on audio and then 0 for video. Map colon 00, map colon 02. Okay. All right. We know 02 worked for the audio. What the fuck? All right. Let's do this again with 02 just to confirm. So that works. So let's try 00 for audio or for video. It doesn't like that. Codec AV option A colon separate in bits has not been used for any stream. Most likely reason is wrong type. Video option with no video streams, or a private option encoder which is not actually used for any stream. It's hot. Mine's not. No. I totally understand. I appreciate all the help. I might be doing something weird with the resolution here. Sure would like a faster way to scroll up. When you see the press Q to stop, it's encoding. Oh, it is? Okay. So I just leave it to Beaver. So how do I limit to a couple of minutes for the encoding? Let's check the let's look for f of MPEG in our running processes. Any second now, I'll be able to get those up. Take me, man, meat. Input type index. So V colon, or no. You're sure it's doing it right now? I don't see any FFmpeg stuff going. Can just open up the partial file. Okay. We'll do that.
Let's my computer. Let's my computer talk to the one there.
212-555.
Not seeing video. I never remembered having to do the map command ever. But is it because I'm recontextualizing the video somehow or something? So you're saying use -ss. Okay, let's do that. So we'll do like The first 2 minutes. After credits. Two. 4 minutes after that. Gives us 2 minutes of video. Splitting argument list. Is this a video filter the SS and the TO? So you have one input flag. Mud, how's it going? Your video map is crooked. Listen, I just, you know, it's politics, man. I don't know what to tell you. We're trying to compress the movie into Sega CD quality here. Mud. Whoa, what happened to map? Look at our command. What is this? Map 00. Map 0:2. Yes. Okay, we're going to stop it. And then we're going to do SS. Now, :002 4:00. Yes. All right. We'll let that run for a minute. Greg, what's up? What movie? 1995's classic Hackers. My plan is to have Sega CD quality cutscenes in this game. I was talking about how my dream oh, Jesus. Before the input. Dear God. It's like piped, right? It's like piping. The order of the command is part of a pipe. You could think of it. Is that accurate? So the order matters in terms of where things are being, how you're piping things through. Okay. Check out the new editor background. Oh, did you send another one? Give me a second. Overwrite, yes. Okay. Nice. I love the intentionally bad aesthetic. Sewer sharks, yeah. So yeah, I want all of it. So before input is okay, we're done. Cross your fingers, boys.
Phone or operate a computer or touch-tone telephone until the day of your 18th birthday.
So we have the audio, but we don't have video. So maybe I screwed up the video. So we're doing a crop of 4:3. Let's just try that. Let's get rid of palette gen, because I suspect that may be part of our problem. Control J. All right, give me a second.
Phone or operate a computer or touch-tone telephone until the day of your 18th birthday.
MPEG 4. Oh, we also want frame rate to 15 frames a second. Mono. So the sample, bits per sample is too high, 32. So we want to lower that down to 8. So our audio is actually still too high. The sample rate is right. Bits per sample should be 8. So I don't know how to change that yet. You should have video. I agree.
Phone or operate a computer or
Try using MPV instead of VLC. Yeah, you know me. Maybe it's our format that we're going out to. I'm going to MK4. Should I do, or MKV? Should I do MP4? I don't know. Nose of sewer shark. Okay, so here's the MP4 version. Still can't see your commands. I can't see your mom. You don't hear me complaining about it. I mean, it's my dream.
Or operate a computer, or
So they didn't like that either.
or
This is what it looks like.
or a touch-tone telephone until the day of your 18th.
FPS 30. Okay. So Palagen, we're going to try removing Palagen because, again, I suspect that might be part of our problem. So we'll do no Palagen. Let's bump ourselves forward in the timeline here, too.
Or operate a
Wait.
computer, or a touch-tone telephone.
Okay, we're cropped.
Until the day of your 18th
We're like
birthday.
super zoomed in. I feel like we're getting there. Okay, hang on. Scale. Let's just try scale first. Okay, we're getting somewhere.
Or operate a computer, or
Okay.
a touch-tone telephone.
Okay, so we're getting there. Let's get our FPS going. FPS is a video filter, I presume. FPS colon 15 or equals 15. And then we're going to do, let's get a different timestamp in the video. We're going to go 4 minutes to 6 minutes. Shouldn't you scale then crop? 4:3 are the actual pixels. Okay. I'm so angsty. It's the 90s. This is the, okay, we're getting there. It's working. Okay. Look at that practical effect. You don't see that anymore. You don't see that anymore in these movies. All right, so you're saying scale and then colon 4:3. All right, hang on. God bless America. Where's my command? Here we go. So crop 4:3. So first we scale, then we crop. But the problem is we're 16, so we scale to this, and then we crop 4:3. But is it 4:3 or 4 pixels? You can dash T. So just T for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 4. So then we'll start at 6 this time. After the I. Here's a link. Oh, thank you so much. I'm totally forgetting Wixer. I need an audio cue for the background redeems. Ooh, okay. This is the wallpaper you want?
Fartality.
There we go. Sweet. Okay, well, the time thing seems to be taking way longer, so I'm gonna... What the hell? Why am I, like, way in a different... I'm, like, in the past of my commands. Why is your FFmpeg not logging anything? I don't know. Palagen 6.4. I'm going to get rid of this. 2. 8 minutes. Overwrite. Cross fingers. Got a good feeling about this one. So let's think about this again. Okay. Okay, the palette, it doesn't like the palette gen thing. We might have to use a shader to do our color constraints to our colors. Wait, do I have the crop wrong again? So how the hell does crop work? FFmpeg crop video. The width of the output rectangle. So I would need to, this is what JD was saying. So this is an 8 by, okay. So if I want to crop it first, I need to know the original resolution. I want to crop the sides of the video out. So I would need to know the original resolution first, right? I crop those out and then we scale down. And so, or do I... let me get the resolution of the video. I want to crop out the left and right sides, yeah. Starting left origin. So I have to do some math here, unless there's a way to have it do it for me. Let's see. Our original video is... How do I get the details? Media information. Video resolution is... Okay, so if we want the tall side... If we have the... We know the tall side is 544 pixels. So that is... So, ratio calculator. We say... 16 by 9. And we are 544 Okay, so that's not right from what I'm showing. So if we are buffer dimension or video resolution, I'm not sure which is what. 272,544. What is our ratio? Oh yeah, that's totally 16 by 9. 120 80. So we're not 16 by 9. So I guess we could do it that way. But if I should be able to 4 by 3 should tell me. So 725 pixels. If I subtract that from 1000. So if we have this many pixels wide, and this is the 4 by 3, this is what we have remaining. So we want to have an offset of, let's say 274 pixels. We'll start our offset. And then we know that we need to be 725 pixels wide. So how do we do this? So out. This is our offset right here. So X and Y. And then our width and height. Okay. So comma, crop. Our Y is 0. Our X is 273. And we are, wait, we want to do this first before we scale. So crop 273 across, nothing on the Y. And then our resolution is the height. So then we're going to be, width is 726. Height is there. Okay. And then we have another colon here. And then we scale down. Conversion failed. Non-positive side width. Invalid or too big for non-positive side for width 7. So 7.2. Do the crop before. Swap width, height first. So you think is it height and then width? X, Y. Seven, 6, and then 7, 2, 7, 0. Wixer. Yeah, Handbrake can't do what I would end up doing these same commands inside of Handbrake. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, let's check our resolution. It seems a little big. This doesn't seem like
American Indians, Latinos, and blacks come from a genetically mediocre stock.
Yak, yak, yak.
Being aware of racial division,
Get a job.
and I am.
Okay. Frame rate is wrong. Yak, yak, yak. Okay. No, bro. There we go. So FPS is 15. We're getting there, guys. Crop. Okay. Okay. We're getting there. Yeah. Can I just pipe this to play immediately with FF Play? Is there a way to do that? Or can I pipe the resulting... no. Okay, let's try and get the 16 or 64 colors. Do we do this? We're doing this at the beginning. Maybe we do that at the end here. Because again, maybe the order matters. Oh no. Oh no. 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 Abort. Why does this happen? Who am I? Who are you? Okay, there's that. FPS 15, comma. We're getting there. Okay. See, now it's not showing it when I do the palette gen. So that's weird, right? Uh-oh. So how do we limit the color count? Because I feel like I have two choices here. I can do this with a shader by literally limiting the color count. I know how to do this already. I can limit the color count, and then we can do dithering, right? Which would be more accurate. FRAW video. Okay. Pipe. Remove the MP4 output. So it's piping the output straight into the... So dash. Like that. Oops. Or just like this. No, didn't like that either. Seems like palette gen generates a palette and then use palette use. Okay. So we generate a palette on that frame. Okay, so let's look into it again. So palette. Generate one palette for a whole video stream. It accepts the following, so max colors. So how does it know what color to use? If I set max colors, what of the colors is it picking from? So I have to generate a palette and then we use that palette. Oh, shit. Okay, so if I gave it a range of time, I could then generate a palette based on that range of time of the video. So if I do this, hang on, we're going to go back here, VF. So for this range of time, palette gen dash equals 64 colors, palette PNG. Okay, so now we're going to generate a palette PNG. Maybe. So it's going through the video and it's looking at all the colors and we're limiting them down to 64. Okay, what did we get? So here's our generated palettes. Why are there so many? So they'd said that the rest would be represented with black, but it looks like it's actually white. Okay, so that's our generated palette. So now we do the same video and then we use the palette use. So this actually would be, if I open this with Krita, we could get a more accurate view of the palette gen. Because that's all blurred nonsense. So here's the actual palette generation. Oh my God. We have no color. Okay. Oh shit. Dithering. Yes, we want to be able to dither. Oh, hell yeah. Palette use, we can get the dithering with palette use. Okay. All right, so hang on, we're gonna get rid of our piping. Okay, so now we want a palette use and then dither. So it would be, if we were to do it in the video stuff here, it would be comma palette use. Now how do I select the file? Examples. Palette use. So we can dash I palette. So how does it know that I'm MKV? And then we do another dash. So if I do another dash I here, but we would want to reduce the colors first. I don't know if this is right. Palettes dot PNG. Comma palette use equals selected dithering mode. Accepts the following options. Hey, Bayer's actually 8x8. Okay, let's. So how do we reduce our palette first and then take that and do all the other stuff? Because I want to make sure that our order is right. What is this LAVIF? or LAVFI. You can't reuse pads generated within the filter graph. You have to split the scaled video and send one to palette gen and the other to palette use. So we have a palette gen. Oh God, I can't understand any of this. Sweet googly moogly. Vid 2, is this vid 1? V1, V2, V1. Lancos. This is the dithering, right? Palette V2. Jesus Christ, I can't make sense of any of this. I love the complexity of the filter complex. It might be easier to generate the video cropped and a second command for palette use. Okay, so you're saying if I generate the video and then I use that video to generate the palette and then I run it through for one more time. But if we do that, how do I make sure I don't lose compression? Like, I don't want to... Okay. So if we generate the video this way, and then we say for our generated output, hackers CD MP4, and then we generate the color palette. So palette, I don't know. Is it I? No, this is the input. Dash I palette Gen 64. How do I set the output? VF palette Gen 64 palette PNG. Yes, overwrite. Okay. Let's look at the palette. Okay, it looks like something. Here's what it looks like for those who are curious. 1, 2, 3, 4. by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 16 times 4 should be a little bit less. 64. Okay. So yeah, these lines here are available colors. The top ones. And okay, so now we have that palette. We have the video. And now we're going to say this command here where we do the input I palette PNG dash whatever LAVFI is, palette use, and then hackers, and and we want equals Bayer hackers 64 MP4. Go, cross your fingers. Oh, shit, boys. Look at the dithering. Oh my God. Okay. So I think the resolution's too high.
So-called American Indians, Latinos, and blacks come from a genetically mediocre stock. Being aware of racial division,
Get a job.
and I am.
Okay. All right, we're getting there. Holy shit. Oh my God. This is great. Let's watch the scene really quick. This is wild. This is wild.
Hey, I'm
Oh, this is great. Look at that dithering. Look at that dithering, guys. Look at that. Oh my God. That's beautiful. Oh my Lord. Ah. Okay. Dude, guys, that's spot on.
You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to the outer limits.
Okay, guys. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So let's go back to this little thing here. Because we need to reduce. We have to have. There's still more compression we have to do with the original video. Because we need to limit the bytes for the video stream as well. So I don't know how to do that. And we need to. So I feel like what we should do is do that on our second pass. So that our original video stream is as close to our quality could get. And then on our second pass, that's where we do the palette swap and all that other stuff. £14, 16 colors. So this guy's talking about doing this crazy scheme to do palette swapping for every frame. So that you get way more color. But this is our total video bit budget. and we need to subtract 8,000 from the audio side. And so we would be left with some number here. Screens restricted to a palette of 64 colors out of 512 possible. So even with all of that, there's a limit of 512 possible colors. So technically, to get this right, I would need to know what those original 512 colors were, and then limit our palette budget from that. So we would encode a video stream with all possible colors, then create a palette of 64 out of that, and then use that to do the, if we wanted to get really accurate. Is this for the Star Foxy game? Yeah, I have, here's what we got. We just got, something pretty close. The resolution's too high.
So-called American Indians, Latinos, and blacks come from a genetically mediocre stock.
Get a job.
But there's a really good shot that shows the dithering. Right here. Look at that. Oh my Lord. Isn't that good? Oh, that's beautiful. So yeah, we're going to try to have Sega CD style little clips of the movie for the jam. We'll see if I can pull this off. How you doing, Wallaber? But I like the idea. I like the idea of if I made my own little Star Fox style game. I had this idea of, I'm like, there's got to be, you got to always have a hook nowadays, right? But I was like, okay, well, what if it was like lost media, and the game was like covered in magazines in the 90s, and then the studio or whatever shut down, and it was like, it went bankrupt, or maybe I don't know, somebody died, something. And so the whole thing collapsed. The game never came out, and it's thought to be lost media. And then it's rediscovered. So the game would, the graphics could be remastered because they're 3D, but like the original video, all they have is the original FMV video. And so I was thinking, like, I know there's I know a local actor troupe here, and I was like thinking about it, and I'm like, I'm talking to a friend who knows all of them, and I was like, I wonder what the budget would need to be if I made a little studio downstairs and cardboard boxed sets, just like you would see in like early FMV stuff, where it's very like early Star Trek, OG Star Trek's, quality sets and everything, and just like wrote a script, and then in one day just shot it all, and had that rush. I don't know. I have this like wild idea to do something like that. But this would be like, I'd make the game, make sure it's good, make sure it doesn't suck, and then after that go, okay, now I try to crowdfund shooting this ridiculous video idea. But I'm using hackers as like a prototype. Like, can I do this? But yeah, and present it in the trailer and everything as this weird lost media thing, even though it wasn't. Is that weird? Is that weird? I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a drink. No, it's awesome. Yeah, so that's my thinking. And I don't know about the resolution of the game in that case. Is it like, do I make the resolution? I'm inspired a lot by like what you did with Parking Garage. and but just trying to create like a but I don't know, like if it's 3D, you could be like, oh well, we were able to up-res everything graphically, and like we put a new coat of paint on it, and maybe there's like a game mode that you could play without like as many effects. I can show what I have right now for the game. It still doesn't look much changed, but we're getting in some. I've got like controller vibration going on, and like you get hit, you got sparks on the ship and all that stuff. So I've been doing that. I don't have much time left. I need to actually start making bad guys and stuff. But anyways, it's coming together. All right, I'm gonna grab a drink. Okay, sorry about that. Had to go check on the kids. Okay. So we're really close. Stony Eagle, thank you so much for your help. Yeah, so palette use second. So this is going to require us to think about when we're developing. We don't want too many different colors. Like we don't want too many video color changes. I don't know. It's interesting to think about from a like a production situation. But we know how we do the palette generation now. We know how to do the sampling with the. So we're getting close to our theoretical space here. What we want to do is. I wish there was a place. I was looking around for a place to download original Sega CD FMV video, and like full motion video to see what the actual bit rates and everything were for it. So SGA was the large file format. As for video codec, SignPack or SignPack for Sega. Can we compress in SignPack? And then the CD-ROM drive had 150 kilobytes a second transfer rate. So if we subtract the 8,000 bytes that we're using for sound out of this, that's what we're left with. So let's add video compression to this and see what we end up with. So no AI DuckDuckGo. FFmpeg video bitrate. Max rate. There's a buffer size. Well, how much RAM did the Sega CD have? Not on the cart. 128 KB. Okay. External RAM cartridge. Okay, so 128 KB. So if we... Oh my God. Oh my God. So buffer size. So, okay. Comma. Now we want to do all this stuff before we start changing things. So buff size equals 128 KB, comma, libx64, libx264, to simulate the stream transmission of a virtual buffer. Limiting the output bit rate to a certain range makes sense if you're live streaming or need to constrain to a certain specification, or the decoder might not be able to handle large bit rate spikes. BV specifies the target average Min rate sets the minimum tolerance to be used. So if we set the minimum and the maximum the same, is that going to ensure the average? Or do we just set max rate and then there's an average bit rate? So if we set the average and the max rate to the same, we'll get a ceiling. So BV equals 150 KB. Max rate. And it's actually minus 8,000. So 150 minus 8,000. So 42 max rate equals 14200 KB, comma. Mac rate. Way to go. Max rate. So it doesn't like the option that I'm sending. So I might have to change the 150 kilobytes a second. So maybe we're kilobytes. So it would be okay. So otherwise I would be doing bits if I did the. Can I do KB capital? So it doesn't like this filter chain. Let's do a known value. Thank you so much, sweetheart. If we do of size 1 megabyte, 1 M, max rate 2 M. Okay, it doesn't like any of that. Let's do it on the outside. I guess, would this be after? BV2M. Okay, so it's fine with that. So can I do 146 KB? Yes. Okay. Okay, so then 146 KB max rate 146 KB. And then our buff size is theoretically, I don't know if this is accurate, 128 KB. Let's see what we end up with. So this is before the dithering. So let me go with... So do we want to do the compression when we do the palette? It's too high.
So-called American Indians, Latinos, and blacks come from a genetically mediocre stock.
It's way too high. So if we did it with the palette here, because this would be our uncompressed video that's been cropped and scaled. And then we did this bitrate compression. CV. So I wonder if this is a key part of it right here. Dash BV 146 KB. And is it, should I be lowercase? Max rate. Is the same. 146 KB. And buff size 128 KB, that cartridge. Although I don't know that this would even be, if it's a stream, it's a video stream. So I'm not sure how that would work on, because especially with CD, I'm not sure how that works. Okay, let's see what we got. It's looking even more... I think we're close, guys. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere. Look at this. Look at this. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that gorgeous? Okay. Hang on. It's glorious. Okay. I'm gonna go throw this on my Discord real quick. I love how slow they type in hackers. Like, it cracks me up how slow they're typing. I think this resolution might be a good conceit for now. Just for the jam game, we've got something. But realistically, they were cutting the video in half. Because of constraints on like a ton of things, but primarily like the CD-ROM size So that would be another interesting thing, is to try and math out, like, okay, how big was the CD-ROM? And I don't know. Were we double density? Don't know any of that stuff. But reserve a fake amount of space for the game, and then the rest of the space for the FMV. 7-hour documentary about digital pictures, FMV movie makers. Chunks over 2 weeks. Oh, I'll check that out.
Living with
Thank you so much.
hydrogenated super
That's my
Ativo.
jam, Wallaber. This is my thing. I just watched, what did I watch? I just watched a crazy long documentary about something along this lines. Okay, I've got to save. Okay. That dude's channel's fantastic. Awesome. Every Sega Saturn game. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, see, the resolution is definitely smaller. Yeah, Night Trap. So I wrote, I don't think you would know, Wallaber, but I wrote a letter to, gosh, what was his name? The senator that was all about the video game virus stuff. I still have the emails that I wrote him, and he's a jerk. But I was like a teenager when I emailed him, and I was trying to talk some sense into him, but I was being really kind and everything. And he just like insulted me and called me all kinds of names and stuff. Shoot, what was his name? Lieberman. Yeah. Joseph Lieberman. Yeah, no, I emailed him. I still have his replies. He was an awful person. There's an entire section about it because of Night Trap. Yeah. He was just a horrible guy, just based on my interactions. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, cool. I'll check this out. Ooh, I can tell this is Next Generation Magazine, or I can tell just by the font what this is from. This is either Next Gen or the Europe publication. I can't remember the name of it. Third sewer shark mention of the day. I'm in heaven. Greg, have you seen the video? What we've got? Let me turn the volume down. Look at that. Look at that quality. Anyways, we're getting there. So yeah, lower video res. Oh, I was gonna check on the rip. Give me a second here. I just want to see the bit rate. So we're gonna have to hand edit the clips that we're gonna use. So I'll have to get timestamps, and I'll just use FFmpeg to create the timestamps. But I love the idea of creating fake archival video of like getting I have old digital cameras, and like while we're making this, taking pictures with like digital cameras that would have existed at the time, or just regular cameras. Like the problem is the sensor. You want the shitty sensor, but we're lower. We're almost there at the right. But it's KIB. I wonder if that's... Here's content bitrate. Anyways. We're getting there. So I've got the rough thing going for this. I need to write down what I did. The resin in my printer is 3 stops away. I'm going to print a big old Batman. Nice. Nice. All right, let me go over here, and we're going to edit our little notes for this. Sega CD encoding options. So first thing you have to do is create a palette by sampling the video. And you limit the colors down to 64. And that gives us our color palette that we're going to use to do the encoding in. So file name, sample video for color palette. 64 colors. Some of this isn't quite right, but it's close. Video encoding close to Sega CD limits. And get ready for the ride of your life. 15 FPS, 4:3. Although, really, we can be creative with that because it's just 320 by 224 maximum pixel. Audio is 8-bit a second at 8,000 hertz. And it's I think that's it. Oh, you got it again, Nathir. Absolute Batman? Is that like Absolute Vodka? None of this would have been possible without Stony and Lost Marble and JD for grabbing them. Okay. Let's get out of here. Okay, so that's saved up. We got references, we got notes. Worry, how's it going? Just shout out to Wallaber. All right, let's get back to game deving. We've got a big old list of things to do. I'm going to hide the Chiron. Goodbye, Chiron. Don't pull a Chiron on me. Should we start that documentary while I do other things? I don't know. Working class Batman in a more violent Gotham. I always thought Batman made sense if he was poor. That you would seek vigilantism if you didn't have money. It always made more sense to me that Batman would have come from like a poor neighborhood. But then it's like, well, how do you get all the gear and everything? But maybe, I don't know. That part, big question mark. I don't know. But it shows you need to be rich to make change. But he's doing it all wrong. He's doing it all wrong. Here's what we got, Jacob. Look at the dithering. Look at it. Look at that. Soak it up.
So-called American Indians, Latinos, and blacks come from a genetically mediocre stock. Get a job.
Look at this shot coming up. Look at this glorious shot. Look at all that. Look at all that dither. Oh my God. Anyways. You gave that video the D. Anyways. We got it. We got it cracked. We cracked it. Absolute Batman. One of the best explanations, waiting for a slow workday to end. What are we working on? Well, we figured out how to do Sega CD quality video for our video game. So we're very excited about that. Or at least roughly Sega CD. It's a little actually higher resolution than we'd end up with. And now we're going to get back to work on making the game. I have to actually make a stage. Yeah, I need a fake video player. So I think what I'll do is find a frame in the movie that's a desktop computer, and then we'll use that as like a PNG frame, and then we'll scale the movie down even more and put it inside the screen of that. I only realized because I just watched an entire Sewer Shock playthrough. That's great. I like the idea. Greg, I don't know if you heard me mention there's a local theater group here. And I would love if I made this game at the end, I was like, okay, now we're going to have cutscenes. And then I hire that local troupe and I build a small set in my downstairs area of my house. And we just shoot crappy Sega CD style, like quality cutscenes. And I just pay a bunch of local actors. We shoot it all in a day. I think by doing it that way and also having local actors, I think we could get the quality to be exactly like that. But from back in the day. and then yeah. Make the game seem like it was like lost media. And it's like an old game that was being made and the studio shut down and then it got recovered and set up an audition. Yeah. Using a bunch of my friends as voice actors. Nice. Okay, I'm going to hide my face while I eat. Maybe I could put something on in the background. I've got 2 friends who are on GTA 6, but they're not allowed to tell me about it. That's funny. God, I hope they don't. What was it? Like the guy who, some of the guys that get cast for that stuff don't even know they're in this, like a Rockstar game until later. Voice in World of Warcraft. That's awesome. Oh, Old TV, thanks for the follow. All right, if I put something on, what should it be while I eat? It needs to be short. The point of that brag was that I met them at theater. Here we go. Rally driver tries Forza Horizon 6. I'm going to hide my camera. Just because they work doesn't mean you can't find someone. Oh no, the low talent is actually a feature. Potentially low talent. I don't mean to insult some people I've never even worked with yet. Samir, you have to listen to me. Shut up. Oh, you guys know what that's a reference to? Does anyone know what that's a reference to?
There's a growing interest in socialism among young people in America, but do they know about its dismal past and history of failure?
For Forza, yeah, it is a bit overkill for Forza. That was a Tokyo Drift reference at the end there. Is my mic messing up again? There we go. So you're telling me I'm wrong? Yes. All right. Okay. Back in business. We kind of need real ships. What I'd like to do is, depending on where the enemy has been hit at, like a direct hit is worth something, and then if it's like hit off on the side, you know, it's another thing. So, but also if the ship, like, depending on where it's hit, like it kind of falls to Earth. So I think what that might mean is that we need to change it to, I mean, we have rigid body. And if we turn off physics on it, but see, we can't remove it. So hang on, let's see if there's a rigid, let's look at rigid body really quick. Because what I wanted to do is just kind of fall, like gravity suddenly matters and it's falling, right? So this tells it not to calculate forces. Turn on gravity. Yeah. Turn off kinematic, turn on gravity, voila. Yeah, so that means we're going to have to put the area inside the ship to detect. We disable collisions until yeah. I was watching the behind the scenes or a documentary about the development of the prequels. And there was an interesting trick that they used when they were modeling when the explosions would happen. And what they did was, they didn't show it. The guy was just talking about it. But when it would come and hit the ground, what would happen is they wanted it to spin like F1 car crashes and stuff, and like start flipping and all that. And in the simulation, they couldn't get it to happen because it's a computer program. And so it would just sort of like slide, right? It would just kind of slide along the surface. And so what they did was they put an invisible cube, a collision, like a static bodied cube, so that as soon as it impacted where they were like, okay, now it should start flipping, the cube would be there and the impact would happen on that, and then they'd turn it off, and then it would get the like flipping thing that they wanted to have happen. So maybe we do something like that too. Who knows? You can just turn off collisions, except the ground. Yeah. It would be cool to have it be able to hit other ships. I've never seen that in a game like this, where it could potentially run into something else. That would be very cool. On Burnout, we had invisible air rams that would apply force as if a ram was pushing off the ground. Oh, I see. Okay. So it was more like from below, it would just kind of push up, or like push at a direction, basically. Okay, so first thing we need to do is move the enemy into a rigid body. So we're going to make this the root. We're going to move our enemy script over to that. We're going to detach the enemy on this. Yeah, to cause the thing to tumble. It's interesting how it happens in real life. You're simulating it. You're like, well, it should just happen. And it's like, well, no. Like the forces and like friction and stuff, it's just like a different thing. Another thing I was thinking is like to have interesting center of gravities as well, so that when we sort of dump it, but it's almost like we want to have the gravity slowly become, so the gravity scale, we might want to have the gravity scale at 0 when we first flip the switch, and then tween it up so that it starts to slowly fall, like the engines are shutting off or whatever. And it's like kind of slowly going off course or something like that. And then obviously if we're in space, it's a whole different other thing that we would want to, like at that point we might want to force, like, because another thing I was thinking is where it's getting hit. Because right now when I get hit are some kind of spring. Interesting way to, yeah. That was another thing that they did. So for the chariots or whatever you want to call it, the pods and the pod racer, they had an invisible rigging system where they could animate the rig, and it was just basically like a rectangular, it was like a cube or whatever. It was inside of it, right? Some volume of space. They could animate that, and then there was a series of springs that would pull the different elements of the ship around. It would kind of bounce around and everything, spring off of it. And that gave the like life of the movement of the, I wonder how much of that they're kind of borrowing in the new pod racing game. Printer time. All right. Good luck, Greg. Safe printing. Old movies with actual props had to push the cars up when exploding. Yeah, and car chases and stuff, that was like typical too. To do stuff like that, like to hide a ramp behind something and then to get it to do the flip and stuff. There was what was the stunt driver? Stunt driver had that, right? That was a cool idea of a game. Given that I know a bunch of people on that pod racing game from Burnout, I'm sure they're on it. Yeah, it looks fucking amazing. Well, because those are all Burnout guys, right? A lot of the pod racing, that new pod racing game. Have you guys seen the new pod racing game? It looks incredible. Is that what you worked on?
Either we fight those things together.
My eyes glazed over at the thought of a new well, let me I don't know if this is the Lost, thank you so much for your help. I'm going to put you in the credits if I end up using, I'll do it for the jam for sure, but if I end up using this approach for the yeah, here's what it looks like.
Video games. Instead of relying solely on its small group of internal development teams, as
It has the
did a long
burnout slow
time
motion
ago in a gaming
crashing thing in
galaxy
it.
far, far away, or signing an exclusivity deal with one single publisher, as it did last
Okay, we
decade
get
with
it.
EA, the mouse now hands its licenses to RIM, where
God bless it, just because I fast forwarded. I have a feeling it's going to do really good. But the Star Wars as a film IP is destroyed. But as a other mediums, I still feel like it has life. I really think Disney needs to ease up on the films.
like requests and polite suggestions. I say semi-willing because Shade would rather lay low and avoid Kestar Bool, a powerful enemy who has both the means and want to knock Bool off his comfy perch. And so you'll race speeder bikes, skim speeders, land speeders, and yes, pod racers in a series of events in order to advance up the ranks and through the entire circuit to get to the top spot. Galactic Racer builds this in a roguelike loop that, if I'm being honest,
it's got like an open
I was
world to it.
extremely skeptical about prior to playing it for myself. My first thought was, don't we have enough roguelites out there already? The answer is still probably yes, but to Fuse's credit, how they've wrapped the roguelite template.
What is with... I'm gonna it's like, oh, I work for IGN, so I suddenly have to be kind of a snarky asshole. Like, why is it like this with like traditional game coverage? I don't understand it.
Around Galactic Racer makes a ton of sense. You customize your character, make your vehicle your own through earned cosmetic unlocks, and most importantly, build your ride to your preference with the gameplay effect.
Wow, this feels like, man, this looks straight out of Wipeout.
Abilities that you earn through winning races. But the Outer Rim is a ruthless place, and this circuit isn't one for second chances, so you can only race by earning a league token. If you lose it in one of the Eliminator races you'll inevitably come upon during your run, and yes, they operate exactly the same as Burnout's Eliminator races.
I love the
in which the
OG,
last place driver is disqualified
the first three
from the
Wipeouts
competition at
on
the end of each lap.
PlayStation
You'll have
and
to start
computer.
the run all over again. But in classic roguelite fashion, you'll be able to bring anything you've previously unlocked to the table as
They were like they were a total vibe. I have no idea why I haven't made a Wipeout yet.
another go at it.
Yeah, I
And
have a
the
feeling there's like a
Eliminators are
lot
no
to
joke,
it.
I should add. In my
But
45-minute
Psygnosis, I
hands-on
always,
time,
like,
I
that
did
was the
first
dream when I
race
was
or
like,
two
oh,
in
you
my
can make
run after
games
customizing
to
my
work for
character and then
Psygnosis.
jumping right
Like in the
in,
90s,
but
they
then
were like peak.
immediately hit my first Eliminator. I got too aggressive going for a takedown in one early race turn and ended up putting myself into the wall near the end of a lap. Without enough
Some are
time
pretty
to
good, but
get
most
back
don't get
out
the sense of
last
speed
place
right.
before I got eliminated.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's some that are like the camera is totally wrong. It's weird. It's. I have a feeling it's just like enough to get it going.
and the takedowns, by the way, are exactly as you remember them from Burnout, right down to using a nearly identical camera angle when you see the slow motion wreck.
Did everyone see that?
Look at that.
Oh, there he is!
No!
What are you doing?
How many commercials do you need me to see, YouTube? Looks more like blend shapes.
Myself into the wall near the end of a lap. With my character and then jumping right in, but then immediately hit my first Eliminator. I got too aggressive going for a takedown in one early race turn and ended up putting myself into the wall near the end of a lap.
So what's the difference? Verlet algorithm. Integrate Newtonian equations of motions. Calculate trajectories of particles and molecular dynamics simulations. Soft body deformations. Blend shapes. Interesting.
Without enough time to get back out of last place before I got eliminated. Oh, and the takedowns, by the way, are exactly as you remember them from Burnout, right down to using a nearly identical camera angle when you see the slow motion wreck.
Did everyone see that?
Anyway, I had to start the run again from scratch.
Blend shapes you lerp from pristine to broken shape based on damage. Oh, so you can like bake everything.
I quickly learned that the CPU Racer AI means business in Galactic Racer. I was stunned to have been bounced from the tournament so quickly, but honestly kind of impressed. It made me steel myself for the next run where I did a heck of a lot better.
Put up a fight next time.
But I'm getting a
So in Burnout Paradise, you see cars bend and twist with a bunch of cloth type physics. Totally dynamic. Looks really awesome. Blend shapes are great, but they're non-dynamic.
little ahead of
So they bake the damage in, and then that allows the artist to like, this is what it's gonna look like when it's like this messed up or that messed up. I see. And yeah.
myself. Though there's plenty more to say about the racing portion of Galactic Racer, obviously, I want to give props
So one is a more designed solution, and the other one is more dynamic.
to the on-foot sections that you'll experience between races. In them, you roam around.
Yeah, that's
each
how most racing
planet's
games do damage
paddock.
with blend
Think of
shapes and
these
just
kind
lerp
of
the
like
damage
the
area.
infield areas of a NASCAR race.
So you just represent, you have like a point numbers around the thing or something, and then when that goes from 1 to something, you just adjust the, like what the texture looks like and where the dent is and all that kind of stuff.
and can talk to fellow racers, upgrade your ship with Hebe the monkey-like mechanic, tweak your character's or vehicle's appearance, or chat with the organizer of this whole thing, Darius Pax, a big voice, big person.
That's why in the new Forza, the damage always seems so like I can't have a big gash in my car. It's hard to describe, but it always feels uniform.
Personality creature who sounds a bit like he's channeling Danny DeVito's Penguin from Batman Returns.
Of course. And your timing.
Like, why? Why say that?
Personality creature who sounds a bit like he's channeling Danny DeVito's.
I think you do like a press. You're in a hotel room, and you get to play the game, and you played it for like 15 minutes, and you get to talk to everybody for like an hour, and then you leave, and you're just like, what the fuck am I gonna write about this? Like, I got all this footage. What do I have to say? And you just come up with that. The guy sounds like Danny DeVito in
Penguin
Batman
from
Returns.
Of course. And your timing is impeccable as always.
When you're ready to hit the track, you have a couple of interactive moments that can give you an initial gameplay advantage. The first is your ignition sequence.
And it looks pretty good. Yeah, for soft body stuff, you need to build all your meshes, especially for body. Yeah, it's all mesh driven. Like you got to have the right fold, actually work, a lot of work in Tricky to Tune. The meshes end up being a skeleton bone driven, with the bones being the structural elements of the car. So that's like, so you would literally maybe, I don't know, but you would like the steel frame of the car, and then you have this like this secret other mesh that's the body of the car that goes around that. And then that way, when the impacts happen and everything, you still keep the form of a car, but you've got these really dynamic, same idea for Beam NG. Thing about Wipeout, so the problem with Wipeout is it's such a unique. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by thinking about that, but like the Designer Republics thing and like the really designed approach to it, to this like zero gravity future thing. It's like, how can you do high speed racing on these thin tracks, but not be futuristic?
Regardless of what vehicle type you're piloting, if you
like, how do you go something that's not? You're always going to be compared to Wipeout, but if you visually try to play that game, you're going up against like some pretty big things. Updated to modern aesthetics. On Burnout Paradise, there was a safety cell that would never crush and have infinite strength. Same with the engines.
Successfully hit the prompted button sequence in the brief window of time allotted, you'll begin the race with a bonus, like your afterburner being
Also, the
primed.
Wipeout physics model was a typical sphere with the car model suspended in the sphere. Right. So you're applying forces. Okay.
And or your shield being fully charged up and ready to deploy right at the starting line. I'll note that the sequence was the exact same in every single one of my races, so hopefully they're all randomized in the final October 6th release just to keep me on my toes a bit more. And the second pre-race opportunity is to surge out of the starting gates, Mario Kart style, by keeping your throttle in the middle of the 3 zones of the on-screen meter as the green flag figuratively drops.
Grab the sphere along the
In
actual
these
ship position is
high-speed
visual only.
races that can be
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing with my ship. You're controlling something else, and the ship is just there for the ride, and it's got its own little tweening and stuff. And that's what I'm going to do. So I actually need 2 3D spaces for it. One is like where the ship should be facing. And then the other is when we get hit by a laser, I want the ship to like rock and everything. And so I need to have another 3D space for that to happen inside of, separate from this other thing.
won or lost in a second or
Once I get this set up, I'm going to abandon all my projects and play Wipeout. The first one is, I actually really like, but it is a bit of a pain when you hit the sides of the track. You just completely stop. XL is when they introduce the like scraping edges thing, and that's like a huge change. Yeah, I guess if I had springs and I just applied a force.
two, that initial moment matters more than you might guess. Okay, yes, properly nailing your ignition sequence is important, but what really makes or breaks your race is how frequently and effectively you use your abilities. I only saw a
Hydro, Hot Thermer, and Extreme G. Jet Moto, dude. I used to play so much Jet Moto with
couple
my
of them
friends.
during my hands-on time, but there are plenty of them
Unlock,
and they'll allow you to craft a pretty bespoke build for your vehicle.
Because why
Take
wouldn't
the
you? Yeah.
aforementioned shield, for instance. If you're bunched up tight in a cluster of fellow racers, you can be sure that at least one of
It's
them will
interesting,
try to
too,
shove
because,
you into
like,
the nearest wall.
You
Nailing
can
the
tell that they have it glued to the surface, basically.
timing on your
But then
shield
there's like
ability
jumps.
so that it's active when
So
that
I'm guessing
takedown
there's like
attempt comes,
maybe
and
two,
before running out of
like
juice
another
and needing to
sort of
recharge via cooldown
thing
timer
taken into account when
save
you're
you
falling
from the
off of
fate
something.
having to be
Because
blotted
you
off
can
the
tell that
cracked
it's like
walls with handy
really
wipes.
like
The other
sticky
one I
to the
used
surface.
extensively during
But then
my
there's
hands-on
parts where you
session
drop
was
off.
Ramjet, which sadly I don't have footage of here. It's functionally the same as an afterburner, with the key difference
Although that may
being
just
that
be
you can
camera.
keep the extra push of speed going past
The camera might be on its own.
its cooldown point at the risk of pushing it too far and having your craft explode. I earned some
That's hard to tell.
modifiers for this as I played, including one that would reduce
The camera's
ramjet
shaking.
consumption by 50% while in midair.
I think they're actually pretty
meaning
smooth across the
on jump,
surface.
Since, of course, all of these Star Wars
Yeah, if I
racing
just put my
vehicles
mouse
are
here,
technically in midair
you can
all
see the
time.
camera is moving
The
a lot.
tracks, meanwhile, vary from short to long and from hot to cold, depending on which planet they're located. Jakku doesn't have any temperature concerns, but Lantana has patches of magma on track that will overheat your vehicle if you're not careful, while Ando Prime is an ice world where you'll need to zip through conveniently placed heating
I'm a big standard on. Yeah, you know, me and the family, we just this weekend we were playing Wave Race Blue Ocean or whatever it was called. Blue something. We were playing that. That was fun. Destruction All Stars. Roll Cage, yeah. That was the car that could go. It had no top or bottom. Destruction Derby is another. Destruction Derby is a classic. That was like, I think in Europe especially, Destruction Derby was huge for the PS1. I want to do a racing game next. I'm thinking my own spin on Iron Man Ivan's off-road racing. Roll Cage, you could go either side with this. Yeah, soundtrack's really important for these games.
In order to not get fully frozen over and thus slowed down. On all of them, knowing when to drift is crucial, particularly on tracks that have shortcuts accessed by hitting those borderline hairpin turns just right, as is making sure you are never sitting on a full reserve of afterburner. Between constantly boosting, drifting, avoiding environmental hazards, finding shortcuts, taking down rivals, and avoiding them taking you down, there's plenty in this arcade racer to keep you on your toes at all times.
Now this is pod racing.
The developers purposely allotted me time to experience pod racing at the end of my demo in an arcade mode outside of the regular roguelite circuit.
Funk and Light Deb. Dude, the Wipeout soundtrack, oh. And I actually really liked the Psygnosis Cold Storage, the guy that did he did the soundtrack. It depends on your Wipeout. If you're getting the European Wipeouts, you get a different soundtrack. And so it depends on which Wipeout, but he did the score for the first one, the entire thing, whatever you want to call it, the music for it. And then he has 2 tracks that's on XL that are really good. But I actually really like Wipeout 3's soundtrack. It's much more trance-driven, but also like kind of ambient, and I really dig it. It's just like a different, like the dance music of like XL isn't in 3, but it's still like techno. It's great. Burnout and Wipeout.
I'm glad they let me get my sea legs under me
I know, Wipeout sounds like it's a water game.
First, because the pod racers proved to be a much more difficult space horse to tame.
So this is
They're
interesting,
much faster
though.
than the other vehicles, while also being a heck of a lot more fragile. Not to mention that the track I pod raced on was Tatooine, which included a particularly harrowing narrow canyon run where one wrong move would turn me into a stain on the canyon walls.
Oh no! That's so cool. That's why you need the roguelike. Because if you're gonna do this, you need to have something where you pick yourself up again, and then it creates stakes. Then you get like really attached to a vehicle, and then you're like,
once I get more
like you lose your thing on the car. Like that's a cool idea.
I want to play around with the camera angles. There's a cockpit view that looks especially cool on the pod racer, but requires your reflexes to be even quicker. All in all, not only were my fears of the roguelite loop
show that crash again. It's so good, isn't it?
Burnout ruthlessly allotted me time to experience my sea legs under me first, because the pod racers proved to be a much more difficult space horse to tame. They're much faster than the other vehicles, while also being a heck of a lot more fragile. Not to mention that the track I pod raced on was Tatooine, which included a particularly harrowing narrow canyon run where one wrong move would turn me into a stain on the canyon walls.
Yeah, that's the dream right there.
Once I get more comfortable with pod racing in the full game, I definitely want to play around with the camera angles. There's a cockpit view that looks especially cool on the pod racer.
Oh my God.
It requires your reflexes to be even quicker. All in all, not only were my fears of the roguelite loop unfounded,
Fantastic.
but
Take
the
my money.
burnout route
I know, it looks
baked
so
into
good.
Developer Fuse Games' DNA was joyously evident in every moment that I spent on the track with Star Wars Galactic Racer. And the times that I wasn't going hundreds of miles per hour when I was on foot did a great job of further Star Wars-ifying my experience. I'm incredibly optimistic about what I've seen from this long overdue spiritual successor to Episode 1 Pod Racer, and I can't wait to play more of it.
No!
For more previews of the biggest upcoming games, don't miss our recent hands-on looks at Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis and Fable.
It looks great. It's awesome stuff. Yeah, these guys did the breakdown of the stages, yeah. Somebody's working on getting Wipeout on the Playdate as well, which is wild. Trying to figure out how to move the camera. Is it WASD? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's so slow. Beautiful. Look at how much they didn't have to model because of how they would intentionally place obstructions and stuff for the camera. Isn't that wild? That's a tunnel. Scroll wheel to speed up and down. Oh, nice. One thing they didn't do either on it was there we go. There we go. Thanks, Greg. Dude, I'd love to do Wipeout. Wipeout is one of my faves. I was a big fan of the Psygnosis PS1 era. G-Police, Colony Wars, Wipeout, those were my jam. Like 100%. It's so clever because you just don't need anything over here. It's like, well, you're just seeing the sky. God, I remember on the higher stages being able to get so much air. Like right here, I remember being able to just like, you actually kind of had to not go too high. And then, yeah, like eventually you can get going so fast once you're good enough that it's just like insane. I only played Wipeout and Destruction Derby and the sequels, but they were absolutely mind-blowing. Those textures always cause maximum nostalgia. Yeah, I mean, it's just like a special, I don't know, you equate it with like a certain age or whatever, and so it's always going to be special. But I do think like those early era games, like on the PS1, I mean, you look at the credits on it and it's like only a couple of people. And it's crazy that there is some sort of curve of like the more fidelity you get, the more people you need, the more expertise you need, and the less you can sort of like pop these games out, especially when you look at how quickly these things were coming out. The sequels were like, bam, we're going to do one in 8 months or whatever, 9 or something, maybe at the longest. And then like now it's like 4, 6 years. It's insane. Yeah, it was like 5 devs on Wipeout. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Yeah, and they reused a lot. Like in Psygnosis, it's very clear because, you know, I looked into a lot of this for some reason, but like they'd used the Crazy Ivan engine when they did Colony Wars. They're like, well, we can already do like movement in 3D space here. And we already have like the 3D map stuff and everything. So let's just take the engine or this code here, we'll pop it in, and then we just make it a space shooter. Games are too big these days. They were like big 10 years ago. They were too big 10 years ago. Yeah, the risk reward is way wrong right now. The danger of like not scoring on a AAA game and like missing is like the studio shuts down. And even if you win, like what was the one that Microsoft shut down? Their game did amazing. It did amazing in sales and it did amazing in like reception, and they still shut the studio down. It was like they couldn't win. The house always wins. It was like they were never going to win. Didn't matter how good their game was. They were getting shut down because then the balance comes due and it's like, oh, well, and especially with Microsoft, like Microsoft is like, we're going to spread our losses out, right? We're going to amortize it across the entire company or whatever. So to us, shutting down a game studio is not the impact that it would have on a normal console. Like, it's like, no, this is Microsoft we're talking about, not Xbox. And so it just completely changes the math and it ruins the console. It's ridiculous. And now hopefully, I hope that like with the shutdown of milk earnings. Yeah. Well, yeah. Cause now it's like, well, they finished the game. We're going to make the money off the game now. Do we want to have another runway to release another game, or do we take the money and run, which is what they chose to do, you know? And it sucks. I hope that Double Fine finds a buyer, really. Cause it sounds like they're getting cut and they're trying to find people to buy these studios and stuff. But it's just awful to know that, I don't know, and at the same time, a lot of these places are, from what I can tell, are like over, you know, COVID really messed things up where they kind of overextended. And so they really set themselves up to be like scaled back. And I don't know that wasn't the right move because line must go up for shares and stuff, right? I mean, the difference you see with like, you have a company that like Rockstar and they know they can wait years and they know like I think GTA 5 is probably still like the top 5 game being sold every day. Like it's like crazy. So yeah, I just don't, you know, and then it's in a weird way, indies are sort of like eating up a lot of the success too. I'm not even into it. I'll play it. Yeah. But I think the other major problem with games right now is that you have an entire world of gamers who don't play video games. They play Fortnite. They play Roblox. They play Minecraft. They are not gamers. They are locked into a single platform. This is something that Epic was talking about during their recent conferences and stuff. And they're trying to think ways out of it. But I think they even see the problem of having this gaming platform that is basically its own marketplace. And so you're producing what could have been players of other video games, and they're just locked into this singular thing. I think a lot of it's the alternative to a playground. It is the schoolyard that used to be. Children are so cooped up nowadays and stuff that going online and playing with their friends is socializing. And so having that like agreeable space, and then you age out of these things too. That's the other danger of like, with like Fortnite and Roblox, is you have this whole audience that can age out of it. It's interesting. All right, I'm going to grab a drink and we'll actually really get to work this time. And this is how I socialize in my enclosure. All right. Good night, Matt. Thanks for all the advice. Okay, so there they went. They failed through the world. Our scene actually doesn't have a collidable bottom to it. So let's make a collision for that. So that's going to be a static body. Okay. Okay. So now they can fall on the ground. Obviously, we only want to do this when, and then when they hit the ground, they need to blow up, right? We want them to then totally die. What happens if I choose sleeping? Nothing. What about if I do freeze? Kinematic freeze mode. Still collides with bodies. Okay. So then... Okay. So how about when we get hit, just for funsies, here's what we're going to do. We still need that detection of hit. I think we can get this with collision. See what we can register on rigid body. Let me go, hang on a second. I got to write some notes for myself before I forget. This is looking awesome. Thanks so much. My time zone's feeling okay. How about yours, Cricket? It's all right. It's overcast today. It's very gloomy outside, for sure. Sega CD video compression. We have some notes for that. We'll close that out. Finally cooled down a bit here. Nice, it's 85 here. Feels darn near frigid. That's what we had yesterday. Now it's 59. Yeah, we're on a cold one today too, Jacob. Got my butter cookie tin open. Life couldn't be better. I was going to tell you, Greg, yesterday, my son, he, when we were eating our dinner, I was in the middle of telling it, and that's what my wife was like, gonna hurl. So we were eating dinner. Thanks, Greg, Pagorli. Want to see the Sega CD compression that I figured out how to do? It didn't. It went very poorly. Look at this.
So-called American Indians, Latinos, and blacks come from a genetically mediocre stock.
Get a job.
So the resolution's actually too high. But you can see all the dithering and stuff. Look at that. Oh, it's so good. Right there. Oh, it's glorious.
You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to...
Anyways. Yeah, so what we think happened was my the dishwasher didn't run and we didn't realize it. And so we think there was probably something on her plate that got her sick. Still way too high quality. No, I agree with you on that. Man, you're supposed to be asleep. What are you still doing here? Pizza is a paper plate ordeal for me. Yeah. Growling. Okay. There was a note I was going to leave for myself, but now I can't remember. It'll come back to me. But we're going to look up rigid bodies, see how much of a collision detections we can get going with this. If not on the rigid body itself, we might be able to do it on the laser and then go from there, but I really don't want to do that. I'd much rather deal with the thing getting hit from its perspective than having to notify or do something else. We do have a get colliding bodies, but this is a method we would run every physics step. And it would give us an array. Here we go. We have body entered and exited. Butter cookies. How's the jam going for you, Pagorli? Ah, fucking. There we go. Pagorley will soon be the CEO of Twitch. CEO, the current CEO of Twitch is kind of a creeper, huh? Just doing some research here, boys. Okay. Enthusiast of women streamers. Connoisseur. Connoisseur of boobies. I don't even know. Oh, you're right. DJ Clancy 999 is the handle that he goes by. It kind of explains Twitch's weird, hard to parse rule set. If you've got a guy like that who's like, nah, we'll make an exception. Boobies. I ruined it without the Hadouken. No Hadouken sneeze. It's ruined. I'm firing my laser. Oh, reserved word. Twitch CEO knows he's got to go through chat to get to cricket. It's true. All you guys are going to defend me. Does anyone else want to take a nap? Want to go cuddle on the bed? Nothing weird, just a good nap. Anybody else want to take a nap? Anybody else's kids up last night, all night? Harmless nappy poos. I don't need to cuddle, but I do want to. Oh, Jesus Christ, my chair again. I do want a nap. We don't have to cuddle. It's a nice little nap. Apparently, I don't snore. Apparently. Somebody stole the Ashes of Creation servers. I don't even know what this is. But apparently somebody went to where the servers were located and just walked off with them. Cricket's getting sleepy. Should I just set up the camera so you guys can watch me sleep? What can I do? What can I do to get my energy back? Energon levels low. Hang on a second. I'm gonna try to, I don't know. I'll be right back. I gotta do a line of coke. All right, I just did a line of coke with the ghost of Robin Williams, and I'm back. Woo! Okay. Misat going to program game. Right? iHeart.
That's cool. Cool? Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Let's do a shout out to iHeart. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. How has you been going? Mr. D-Boy, what's up? Obsidian, how you doing? Code Vita, what's up? Lakotis. Code de Vita. Code de Vita. Code de Vita. Sorry, Code. Code de Vita. All right. Let me show you guys what we're doing here. We're doing a jam. The theme is cyber space. And so I interpreted that to mean make Star Fox. So we've got a ship here. We can fly around. We can shoot. We can go through rings. Oh, we can't hit enemies right now, but I promise you that was working not 5 minutes ago, but I'm breaking a bunch of things right now. And then we have the rail system. So the ship goes along a rail and we can set the path of the rail and it just follows it. And then we're working on integrating full motion video in the style of Sega CD. So I can show you that real quick here. Give me a moment. We're going to be doing scenes from the 1995 cinema classic Hackers. And all of our enemies, or all of our characters talking to us over the comms are going to be lines from the movie Hackers. Anyways, so we're trying to we figured out how to kind of use FFmpeg to create Sega CD quality video, although the resolution of this is quite high compared to the Sega CD, but we're figuring out how to do the color palette and all that stuff. Nothing in any of this game's creation is any sort of trauma response. Trauma response to what? Yeah, so that's what's going on there. Coda de Vida. 90s. But I'm gonna go to your stream, my heart. We all fart for I heart. Three-hour stream. Were you getting tired and wanting a nap too, like I am?
The
Life Sim project. I took until the end of the stream to get nav mesh working.
their move speed is getting unnecessary.
I always just ended up hating it so much that I just did my own like nav system.
Oh, Six Flags. Is that what it is? Oops.
Are you creating your own nav mesh, or are you learning how to? It's late here and Coda and I have gaming to do before bed. What game? Is it Forza Horizon 6? VOD party.
But then we forgot and got just.
Built in. I just don't trust it. Fallout 4's London mod. Are you weird like me and love the base building in Fallout 4? Or was am I the only one on Earth that liked it? I never finished Fallout 4 because the minute I could build a base, that's all I did. I'm just like, oh, now it's like a life sim. Okay, I can do this. Creatures of mine don't collide with each other. I just don't want them all piling up. I love the scrap so much. It's great.
What a ridiculous problem.
I mean, because otherwise it's just going to sit around, you know?
But okay.
anytime a game enters, it creates any sort of like remotely like capitalism thing, I just become the most capitalistic player in the whole thing. I was thinking about making a game that's just the base building in Fallout 4, but where you can clean things. I really wish I could put a fresh coat of paint on this stuff.
Oh, and it's like this.
Yeah, my buddy and I, we play Stardew together, and we never get past year 1 because we always race to get the. For us, winning Stardew is getting the community center opened in 1 year, and then we're like, okay, we beat it. And then every once in a while, like, hey, you want to play Stardew again? And then again, it's just in the first year, can we get the community center opened in a year's time? And so I think it's weird that Stardew, like, this is the whole what's the term they use, the nerdy critiques use in for, what do they call it? Ludonarrative dissonance, where, you know, in the case of Stardew, it's supposedly got this anti-capitalist sort of message in it, but in order to like, it makes you one. It's really weird. So kind of the game's mechanics go against the narrative. No, more questions. iHeart, what's your favorite color?
For next time.
I'm at the JoJo Mart now. This is looking really cute. This reminds me of what's the game on the 360 with the furry guys? What was that called? Viva Pinata? And like, it's got like Chow Garden vibes to it. Bless you.
Sorry, just sneezed on her.
PS3, was that what it was? The Chode Garden. Dude, let's make it. Let's make a Chode Garden.
The bathroom's right here, and no one's using it.
This is beautiful. I love the low. Did you do all the modeling? I love it.
I guess now they've all peed their pants, so they're.
Anyways, I'll let you go. You got to go. Have a good night. I did all the modeling. It's beautiful. I haven't been able to catch your streams in a while, and I apologize. Being dad life is pretty daddy for me right now. I gotta be a daddy. Gonna remake The Little Guys tomorrow, hopefully. Cool. Well, keep busting ass, and thank you for coming in, everybody. So, if you're gonna go, I understand. Bye bye. Anyways, so we've done a lot of talking about Sega CD stuff. Done a lot of talking about Wipeout, and we were watching the pod racing game coming out, and we're talking about burnout and physics and a bunch of stuff. But now we're trying to get to work here. So what I'm working on is, and I can show you. So we've got these bad guys here, and what we're gonna do is when they get hit, depending on where they get hit, what I want to have happen is they just fall to the ground. So, like this. But they're going to be flying around. So we kind of have to figure out how we're going to do this, but that's what I'm working on. When the body enters, we're going to presume that the body is an enemy. If body is enemy, cast it as an enemy. Enemy hit. Could not find type enemy. Too few arguments for hit. Hits. We don't need area 3D anymore. So we'll get rid of that. Okay. Can I do this? No. Can I do this? Looks like I can. Did you guys know you could do that? I didn't know that. But we're not going to do that. Sorry, lots of experimentation happening in my code right now. On the stream, I'm experimenting with my code all over you guys. Ah, Casper. You got my back. You know what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, they fell on the ground. Okay, so we're not masked right. Hang on a second. Let's check laser. Laser is monitorable, but it's not monitoring. We want to be monitoring, and we don't need to be monitorable anymore. Still can't hit him. Let's go over here. Body entered. Let's do both. I've got vibration going now, and my controller is vibrating quite a lot. So we are laser. Enemy masks with laser. We're not frozen. We have a collision shape. But that's just what does that mean? Do we want the laser? We want the laser to mask with enemy. Be monitorable. Be monitoring. We're going to do both. I don't know. We are enemy. There we go. Okay. So now what we want to do is we're going to have the enemy fall to the earth, and then when it hits the earth, explode. Just for funsies. So when it gets hit, we're going to turn off freeze. The Ice Age. So now they fall. Now the enemies aren't going to be staying still, I promise. We want to give them a little bit of a shove too. So we'll work on that. What we can do is pass the transform of the laser and apply that as a force when we turn back on that it's being affected by forces. And so we can push, we can apply a force against it from that direction. So do we want to apply a torque or a force? Do we want to torque it or force it? Applies a force is a vec3 and then a position. Torque it. So the rotational force without affecting position. We could do both. A little bit of torque and a little bit of fork. Just got back from a call. Apply force. Well, let's just apply a force just to see what happens. So apply force takes a force and then where? So for now, we're just going to say a forward direction. Vector 3 forward at vector 0, 0. So right in the center of this thing. So we're just going to push it in its forward direction, which in this case is here. So no matter what, it's going to be like we're pushing it away from us. And it did jack shit. Let's multiply by 100, see what happens. Nothing. Now, is this because we're not doing this on a physics step? So, say we all func process physics hit var hit bool hit true if hit hit false. Try again. Nothing. Wait. Okay, it's just not enough. Times 1,000. No, 10,000. Okay, there we go. All right, so it works. Let's do 1,000. Yeah. Look at him roll. Whoa. So rigid body. We want to know when a collision's happened. So body entered. So body entered, connect, explode. How do you spell explode? Does anyone know how to spell explode? Because I sure as hell don't know how to spell it. Func, explode. What we could do is set a timer as well. If it doesn't, happen within a certain period of time after we've been hit, we just auto explode. Nope. We're clearly colliding with things. Oh, you know what? We don't have body. This isn't going to fire because it's not right. Still nothing. Print, debug. Let's do a breakpoint. Kyoyasaw and Kyoyasaw. Body entered. Oh, it just takes node, not node 3D. Nothing. Das weird. Are we not masked? I mean, isn't the ground a body? Do I not too hit things? So do we need contact monitoring? Emits a signal when it collides with another body. There we go. Okay, we got it. Now let's do it again. Gotta make the sound. Oh Lord, there's poop everywhere. We're going upside down. So now we want to apply a force in the direction of the laser. And let's make it 500. Just to confirm. So now the transform should match the direction of the laser, or the push. Or not. I think it's inverted. Yeah. What if instead of directly apply some torque, some twerk and torque? Gonna do the exact same math for the twerk and torque. Ah. Oh, I didn't hear him recommend anyone. Is he the guy with the sunglasses and the the treadmill? I just don't see, I mean, how, okay, who do you gotta be making a tool to make that? It just seems like that's really weird, is to watch someone else tell something else to make something else. Like, I'll be honest, there's been people that I used to watch on Twitch before LLMs. And yeah, that's like watching a manager work. I used to watch people before LLMs, and then they vibed everything now, and I don't watch them anymore. Because watching people just sit there and wait for a thing to finish isn't my idea of like what I want to be doing. All right, we're getting juice, guys. We're getting juice. I know these enemies are just little triangles. So I think this number should scale based on how close to center we were. Brian cycle or brain cycle? I remember a guy wrote brainstorm wrong in our video production class and got mocked mercilessly ever since for writing Brian Storm. Brian cycle or brain cycle? I guess brain cycle? I don't know. People don't like Brian. Let's make a game and just call it Brian. I don't really have any qualms about doing the vibe coding thing. I just feel like at a certain point, okay, so for instance, with an LLM, the way that it works is it has to, every time it creates a new word, it has to parse the entire thing that it's written up until that point. New word. Parse the entire thing up into that new word, right? It has to do that over and over and over and over again. It just seems to me that at a certain point, it's going to produce something that you can't fix if you don't know how to fix it. But then I don't know. Then it's like, okay, now I got to write this thing that tells it to never touch this file ever. And it still does it. And you're like, fuck. Okay, I'll change the permissions of the file then. Have you ever had bed bugs? No, I haven't. Yeah, I'm on the same page. Second. Coca-Cola? There's no Coke in here, bud. Sorry to disappoint. We'll give it 5 seconds. If it doesn't blow up in 5 seconds, then we blow it up. Let's do 2 seconds just so we can test this. Let's make a builder simulator about building a giant metroport. We'll call it birth control. Excellent. Excellent work. Okay, we're going to hit that guy out of the sky. The stream watching it was kind of a parody of the whole situation, for sure. Or just an extreme it has reached. They would lose their cool and ridicule the demeaning ChatGPT a lot. But speaking the file situation, there are role files, markup files they can give to have consistent context to avoid slip-ups. My work snorts AI for breakfast. Yeah, you're a manager. I don't know, man. It doesn't sound like fun. But 1, 2. Let's make it 1 second. One. Okay. So 1.5 seconds. Look at this. Look at this juice. We're juicing this shizat up, as it were. Guess we can flip a coin of whether or not we're going to have him fall to the ground. But yeah, it's like a lot of, you know how you do asserts and stuff like that in your code to catch mistakes? I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. I mean, it can produce a lot of stuff, and people will buy it, I guess. Huh. And everything new that anyone produces will get ripped and fed back into it, so that anyone who produces anything new is punished for doing so, having their work stolen and then sold back to other people as getting their time back by stealing one person's time and giving it to thousands of other people. It feels like we've figured out how to monetize theft. I mean, this is like the ultimate expression of cronyism, right? Like, all right, I'll be right back. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see see it in production, so to speak. Where I come across something and I'm pretty sure I'm using something that's been vibe coded, and I look at the code and I've never seen that before. But then now when I see certain code, I'm like, oh, that's what that is. It's like overly expressive. It repeats a lot of things. There are things in there that don't need to be in there that literally do nothing. There's a lot of that, and it's real noisy. There's like a lot of lines when it could be way fewer. And maybe that's a skill issue for the person doing it. I don't know. But, and maybe that's somebody's code and I'm attributing it to vibe coding. I don't know either. It's interesting. Yeah, and it's like sometimes it's split apart in weird ways. And like things are happening in weird spots where it's like this is a weird place to do this. I just think I worry that maybe the outcome of some of this is regulation in the worst way, which is all code becomes regulated or some bullshit because an airliner is going to fall out of the fucking sky because something was vibe coded. Or like somebody's brake isn't going to work in their car because something was vibe coded. Or some shit like that. I wonder, does anyone know what Uncle Bob's take was on all this, on the vibe coding thing? Because I know he was the one who, to press his consulting stuff forward, said that like if we don't get good at coding, we'll be regulated. But it's like, well, that's going to happen now for sure because of this shit. I wonder if he's just changed his tune at all. Because what else? I mean, does he smell the consultant blood in the water when it comes to AI? Where it's like, oh, this is like going to be a consultancy rich field. Because it's just, it's socialism for the rich, capitalism for the rest of us. It's not capitalism though. That's the crazy part. Yeah. Yeah, no, nothing, make no rules for everyone, right? That's the key to it all. Regardless, I mean, that's the core, kind of the core of it, Otter, is like, the rules aren't for everyone. The bodyguard who tases somebody in the face, which is a video I just saw, he gets charged with a crime, but the police officer who did it excessively gets qualified immunity. And the guy should have just listened. But the other way around, if it's a civilian, well, then suddenly the punishment's different. And the crime is different. It's interesting how that happens. The state can never be wrong, you guys. It all falls apart if it is. The illusion, just like money, it's an illusion. And it can all go away. Okay. I feel like I should start building we need to start getting hit. We need to hit things. We need a hit sound effect for getting hit. So let's look at our sound effects here real quick. I believe I have them in documents for some reason. Combos and crits and fails. Let's see what we got here. QTE. None of these are going to sound like hits. Punch. No. This is like some weird... I want natural sounds. Destruction sound effects. Glass. Household. Books. Dishes. Legos. Paper tear. Styrofoam. Excellent. Tearing cloth. I just ripped a big one for you guys right there. Want to open a cafe equivalent of Hooters that focuses on teas and pies and call it QT Pie. Excellent. Falling debris. Excellent. Wood. Concrete. Small explosion mixed with a thud. Something like that. Yeah, I just need to find the sounds. Perfect. There's too many layers on this. Like, the guy's already done all the work. Household metal. That is the worst sound to hear in an area with a lot of metal. You're at a Home Depot and you hear something like that, and it's just like, oh dear God, did somebody die? These are notes. Retro. Shield hit noises. Yeah. Wood. Let's go back. Noises and static sound. Non-loop. Knobs and dials. Excuse me. Pardon me. Knobs and dials, mechanical movement, static and noises. Switches, buttons, waves and tones, misc. Chicken. Who is it? I said come in. Hello. Motion and impacts. Jesus. Like the reverb, I don't need that. This might actually, if it wasn't for the reverb. If this was more muffled, that's it. That's the best we're gonna do. We're in jam mode. We got to do this quick. Okay. Let's go over here. And we're going to go over to game. All right. Let's see the drawings. Greg, are you here? These are the prompts. Do you have the prompts, Miss Cricket? Embarrassed pants on fire T-Rex. Aww. Embarrassed pants on fire T-Rex. Aww. And embarrassed pants on fire T-Rex. Oh, his pants are getting on fire from is that the Pokemon? What's his name? Finnegan. Cyborg, crying cyborg bear. Oh, you guys wanted to do the same one. Now you're doing different ones. I gotcha. Cow drawing bubbles. Moo. Escaped, ready for battle robot. And that's from Odie, it looks like. Very cute. The kids are really liking this stuff from Greg's friend Anthony. I'm going to do a shout out to second favorite. I don't see him here. Odie killed Finnegan. Is that what's happening here? It's very cute. Oh, you found the Star Wars snowflakes? I'm getting a lot of comments on that video. People asking for the file. Apparently his website's gone now.
Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, alright? I learned it by watching you.
Autoparator, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. All right, let's do the impact. So we're gonna go up here and we're gonna have SFX impact, and we're gonna go in here. This is how we handle sounds in the game. And then we have audio, and then we have SFX stream, and we can just add stuff, right? So, there should be an SF. Oh, I haven't saved. Huh. So click off and on. So we got impacts now. And we're going to do a randomizer. And we're going to add our impact sound. And then add that to it. And now we can play that in code pretty easily. So when we hit something on the ship, we can just play an impact sound. So I guess we need a test to see what we've hit. I believe we have hit flash gets fired where this would be. Here, area entered. So we have a ship area. We don't actually have a physical, like, rigid body. Area entered. The rest of the stuff is world. Let's check what do we have masked on the ship. How much time remains on this? Do I have the right number of days? No, we need to be down to 8 days remaining. Something like that. Check redeems. Amaze Rocky. Rocky. What is it? Hail Mary. Wallpaper. Why are they all... Why is every single image... I'm trying. It's hard for me to find the wallpapers. Minnie, can you find me one, sweetie? All right, this is the closest I got. There we go. There's our Rocky. All right, I'm going to go stretch my legs really quick, and we'll continue on. What we're going to do when we get back is have our hit sound. Actually, hang on. Let's just do it real quick. So we mask with world, but we would need to do a test. Ship area entered. We would need body entered, right? So Feels like there's 100 ways to do collisions, you know? But if the body is entered, we can just do a hit flash. So we'll do a hit flash and we'll play SFX impact. Super loud. Very good. Super loud. That's what we want. All right. Impact. Let's give it 2 semitones. Volume offset. Can we go negative here? Because that's bad. That's loud. Loop. Nothing. Nothing here to adjust volume. Very good. Just increase it. Lovely. How is it that I can't adjust this? Otter, out of the blue, are you looking for 3D modelers at all for this? I mean, eventually, like once I know what I'm doing, the plan once I move out of game jam mode is to put this into to go with like mech. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with Macross at all or Robotech. But yeah, my daughter is gonna help. Rodrigo, how's it going? Audio stream. So how would I do volume? Do you model at all, Otter? Doing good? Yeah, doing good. I'm trying to stay awake today. Trying to stay awake. Nothing professional in game dev sense, but I'd love to contribute to something. Yeah, game jam is the way to go. Everyone, when you're doing a game jam, like everyone's looking for artists. 100%. But yeah, I mean, if you like got a sample of your work or whatever, multiple. So apparently, Texas Board of Education votes to require millions of students to study Bible stories. 5 million public school students will be impacted. Multiple titles required for each grade. Must be read through its entirety. This is insane. It goes against I hate this shit. Anyways, gotta go. Getting your groceries, leaving alert. All right, understood. So, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the lurk too, Rodrigo. I really appreciate it. Gotta bump those numbers up. Ah, good gravy. Good gravy. So when we send a play sound, we play stream. Now it's a polyphonic player. Is there a way it has its own dB? So we have to get our volumes leveled if we're going to have a single player. Chair is like, the back of the chair has something that gets stuck in it. And when I lean back, it just like stops it from leaning back and then it'll break apart. I can't change the volume based on the thing I'm playing because it'll change the volume for everything playing. So, and I can't do it on a sub element unless I make that sub element say something that has control over volume dB. So let's look at what we could play that has that. For now, we could do it that way. I don't like that, but is there something here? Like, because if I do polyphonic here, but it's not, that's not an audio stream player. There's no volume control here. No volume control here. 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 Nothing. So the actual sample sounds have no volume control. So I have to fix this. Oh my God. I mean, the only other way to do it is to literally have a bunch of audio players or instantiate audio player when I play that sound. They do, but then like I have a polyphonic on the player. So the audio player I can adjust the sound on, but only that player. So if I want to specify different volumes for things, I would need to add another audio player for that to be able to change the volume. Like if I run the game and I slowly bring this volume down. It's not going to do it while it's live. Positional to the player? No, I just want this individual audio element is too loud. And it looks like I'm going to have to literally adjust it in something like Audacity. I can't do it before I send it to the player. Like I can adjust the player audio sound, but then that just the audio sound for everything playing on that. So if I have a like a global 2D audio player for sound effects, right? That's got its sound, its volume, and that's it. I can't say when I bring you this sound, it's going to be dampened by, or like at this volume or something. So the only way to fix this is to have multiple audio players. Maybe use an audio effect on the player only when that sound is triggered. Do we know, does it just start applying to everything? It's audio stream player 2D. Like, is there something I do when I hit play? No, from position, that's it. Use a pool. Yeah, I think it's just, it's a volume thing where I think the way that I'm going to need to do this is just have one Audacity thing opened. All of the sound effects in there and figure out their volume scale. And then have that and then export that whenever I'm making changes to stuff where it exports it individually. Each file is its own individual file. And that's probably the best way I can manage the overall loudness of everything without having to do it on an audio player. But that's why, so I do the same thing, but I pool, instead of pooling audio players, Jacob, I pool sounds through dynamic polyphony, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm talking out of my ass, but I have up to 32 sounds on the single player that I can give. And of those 32 sounds, they can have an individual number of possible sounds playing at the same time as well. And so at this point, it's only one, but I could say I could play the same sound 4 different times on this kind of thing. Now, with audio design, there may come a time where I decide I want to actually have 2 of these or 3 of these or 4 of these players, because if I queue up the same time within sound within a certain time, maybe I want to dampen one of those sounds, or like what Casper's talking about, throw an audio effect on it to like lessen it. Because you can stack the same, if you play the same sound twice, it's amplified. The waves match and then they suddenly are additive, right? So I could do it by changing a bus, but if I change the bus on an audio player, I'm changing it for everything playing. So yeah, I think this is going to make me realize a way of managing sounds is that add buses to your game. Sick. How's it going, Boats? You're still doing the gym, right? I got guys shooting guys out of the sky and they fall and blow up. And then we're going to have cutscenes using Sega CD quality. Decided to keep it small. Nice. We're going to have Sega CD quality video clips from the movie Hackers in this. So I've got this going on. Where we got I figured out how to do like the compression and the limiting of the colors and the dithering and stuff. So we're going to have really cool, I barely started the other day. God damn it, Boats, but it's going to win. Fuck you. All right. I hate you. Everyone ban Boats. I'm leaving. Okay, I'm back. You know what? We're going to start the stream over. I'm kidding. Boats has really good polish. He told me he was going to win. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. From now on, I'm going to manage sound effects by getting a single Audacity file with many I forget what they call them in it, but many tracks in it. Each track is going to be an individual sound effect sound. And we'll use that to master the volume of the sound effect. Can Audacity open other Audacity files as a track? Because I would want to try to do this as non-destructively as possible. Where, like, if I decide I want to bring the sound up, maybe I do it in the other Audacity file. Do you guys follow me? I know this sounds insane, but it would help me master the sound effects to be kind of all the right volume. I'll be right back. But yeah, Jacob's going to win. Pogorli's going to win. Els is going to win. However this happens, everyone will win and I will lose. That's what's going to happen. Oh, God. All right, I'll be right back. Man. It gets so hot in this closet, guys. Maybe I should come out of this closet. What do you guys think? Should I come out of my closet? Trapped in a closet. He's approaching the closet.
Just be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself. Be yourself.
That's a good point, Jacob. I appreciate that. Well, we've got those other shooters on Steam. Maybe I should check those ones out. Take a break. What we got? Next one we could play is First Squadron. Brian's cycle itch page going up. That's it? That's your submission? You're all set? Made with Unity. Oh, never mind. I can't play this crap. Right, Jacob? It's loud. Ooh. Interesting. I don't know what's going on, but the dead zone is weird on Oh no! What's going on? It's a trap! How many references can we make? Oof. There's some weird stuff going on. I'm doing it. I'm trying to. Was it right bumper, right? Just keep pushing. We're almost there. Something's weird with the joystick controls. I'm hit. Jack, no! Alright, I'm gonna try mouse. No mouse support. Tobias. There's aim assist for sure. There has to be. The controls are so weird. Look at what's going on. I'm slowly moving my analog stick. Was I supposed to shoot that box? Guys, are you there? This is your game? Rodrigo, no. 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 Hopefully we'll get to this point, though. Yeah, this is gonna be like what we're doing. Yeah, something like this. Just maybe not nearly as much story. Damn, Vex. Fur Squadron Phoenix. A few weeks later. Guys, join me in the meeting room. I have an important announcement for you. Someone's birthday is coming up and we need to find gifts for everybody. Where's Axel? Sorry I'm late. I'm fixing the latest simulator bugs. Last time it scarred me half to death. Belina.
Walibiri bye bye, Federian Chuderia Mina Wasina Walla Pippi.
Wow, Birun Boom Tara Lavara Moon.
You brought me a new friend. Oh look, he just arrived. Aerith Robin, reporting for duty, sir. Take it easy, Robin. This isn't the army. Yes, the first squadron are outsiders of the fleet. No need to be so formal. We'll get there, Vex. Soldiers of fortune, if you will. Hi, I'm Axel. I'm an Axolotl. Axolot? What do we call it? Sorry, nice to meet you. I'm looking forward to learning as much as you can. I'll try not to eat you. Kiro here. I'll be one of your instructors. You'll be using our VR battle simulator. You're making me blush. Yeah, well, don't think it's all gonna be plain sailing. Our training will be tough. Gonna ask you lots of questions. I hope so, because it got scores to settle. We know what happened to you and your teammates. We're very sorry about it. We'll make sure nothing like that happens again. And we'll continuously bring it up so that you almost cry. Are you gonna cry right now? You'll come back as a true ace pilot. That's our guarantee. Unlike not before you weren't, and that's why your friends died. Just to be clear. But we're gonna train you, and then that won't happen. Alright, let's do it! Didn't I just go through a tutorial? Syncing data. Is this fake loads, dudes? Did we do fake loads here? Oh boy, this is frame rate 0 here. Oh my god. That's why the reticle's broken. That's why the reticle's broken. Sorry, I'm going to stop anything that can help the frame rate here. I don't know what's going on, but this is really bad. Can I go full screen here? Can I do anything to help the... We're full screened. I guess I should lower the resolution. X is apply settings, so now I have to use X on my keyboard. I have to use my mouse for the... There we go. Alright, now we're a little blurry. Okay, that's why the cursor is having some problems. It's somehow tied to a refresh. Or something. I can't even quite put my finger on it. Some targets drop energy tanks that can fill up your energy bar. Special weapons consume energy. Select one of them home to use it. Bombs can be instant life. Man, the controls are really, something's wrong here. Oh god. Oh. Simulation failed. Lots of loading. I don't know if I have the revised bad guy ship. You want to send it to me, Minnie?
Puree Nana Berry 1 2 Minasi. Trinky Billy Billy Pine Not Morning Weenie. Yay Deary Yuri Home Lake Teeny Weenie. Cheersy. Foes and Tinny La Tweet X Weenie Pine.
Alright, I'll open up local send. If I can get out of here. Okay, gorgeous cherry. Oops. So it's interesting. I'm going to keep playing this later, but I'll be honest. I'm having a really hard time with the controls. Specifically, the reticle is like not smooth. It's jaggy and choppy, and I don't know why. And it's really messing me up. Okay, I got the new ship. Let me check it out, Minnie. Bad guy shipped revised. Okay, let's open up Godot. And it crashed. Ooh, Minnie, this is cool. All right. Let's bring it in. The scale is wrong, but we can figure that out later. Doesn't look like I can center it, though. So it might be something that's not like a... Let's put it in the game. Sweet, very cyberspacey. Yeah, my daughter's 9. She's doing this in Oh, they're facing the wrong way. That's my fault. Okay. Did I put him in the wrong way on here? No, that is the forward direction. Okay. So I got him facing the wrong way in the world. They're still not reading very well. The black on him makes them hard to see. I might want to make stuff that glows on them, like if we put a material that can glow. We'll need to look into that modeling program, see if we can find something that's called an emissions. Okay. So we have a system for being able to have like dynamic events. I can show you guys that. Let me show you what that looks like. Let's close out audio. Okay. I actually have to integrate this into the system again, but I can just grab them and pull it in. I'll just throw it in here. I think that's it. I think our animation player... Am I crazy, or is it working when I drag it but not when I play it? Huh. Now, is this because we are... The body is frozen. Oh no, I should have been planning this sooner. Broseph, why won't it play? I'm going to change it back to just a Node 3D. Nope. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and just close and reopen the project. Maybe something else is going on with Godot. Nope. Event is a tool. Enemy is not a tool. I don't know why this would matter for animation player, but let's make it a tool as well. Let's close out test. Reopen it. I am so confused right now. If I play the animation on my local scene, it's fine. Just to confirm, we have a reference to animation player. Is it necessary? I don't think we use it anywhere in here. No, let's get rid of it. Okay, so now we don't have a reference to animation player. Now it has some things about the node. The root node of this scene is recommended to not be transformed since instances of the scene will usually override this. So it won't let me play the animation. Make local. Okay, now they're both local. Still can't play the animation. What the hell? I can scrub it, but I can't play it. And even then, I can't really scrub it. Only if I sort of trick it. Oh, what's going on? Why are we grayed out? Oh, process is disabled. Oh, there we go. That makes sense. Disable. So here's what we'll do then. For events, when we ready, process mode disable. We're doing that right here. Okay, let's try it again. Here's what we should look like. Facing directions on the Z. This is all kinds of wrong. Wrong, do you hear me? Wrong! Oh, we're all facing up right now. There we go. So it does not like... So that's our default. So we want to change our rotation. Oh my God. I'm fried. We're getting there, though. Let's try another one of these. There's the Wild Blue Skies one. This is by some of the former Star Fox guys. F mod. Plays best with the controller. Bowie. Row. Thorn. Chuck. Yeah. Interesting that it shows a lower resolution.
Long ago, the evil Grimclaw, once decorated chief engineer of the army,
And all around nice guy.
in pursuit of total power. With the help of the Blue Bombers, an elite squadron of fighter pilots, General Harding and the forces of good prevail, pushing the evil mastermind into exile. After years of peace, an armada of robotic forces has emerged from the volcanic regions of the north, spreading terror across the land. Grimclaw has returned. General Harding, unable to withstand this new attack, calls upon a new generation of Blue Bombers to liberate the world and stop him once and for all.
We're gonna do it.
Storm? Be careful, Bowie.
Be a good boy, boy. Be a very good boy, Bowie.
Bad weather to stop us.
Who's a good boy? You are, Bowie.
Bombs away.
Mission 2. Wait a minute. Why am I on mission 2?
Hang on, we'll get through this.
Oh no, I can't handle it graphically. What is going on? I must have just a shitty graphics card, apparently. This doesn't seem like it should... We'll turn off anti-aliasing. VSync is off. Ah, it's still choppy. The last one was Unity. Oh yeah, mouse is awful. All right, I did anti-aliasing. I'm gonna start it again. Stop and start it again. Welcome to my world. Sometimes those depends on the shader. Sometimes the shaders can be poorly optimized. I'm not on a shitty ass machine. I mean, I don't have anything else going on here. All right, let's just confirm. I want anti-aliasing off. Display mode full screen, that'll help too. Let's try again. I'm just gonna be honest, guys. The expectation is that my Alright, let me look up the specs. We have more than enough RAM. GTX 1080 are equivalent. And i7 are equivalent. What do I have? We've got running Godot probably doesn't help. I could close that out. I already tried that earlier. I mean, I am streaming, so that could be is using up 18% of my CPU. If the game elects to choose the same thread as my stream, that's probably going to hurt it. I'm on a Ryzen 5 5500, whatever the hell that is. What else do we got? So that's a 12-core GPU. I've got 16 gigabytes of RAM. I don't know what this means. So what is on 12 fucking cores, and that's how it's chugging. It's entry-level, budget-friendly processor. Or 12 threads, sorry. 6 cores, 12 threads. I don't know the only thing I don't know is how much. So that's the CPU, not the GPU. This is the GPU. Radeon RX 6500. Four gigs, GDR6, GDDR6. I guess 4 gigs is low. I don't know. Everything I make runs fine. But I guess I'm not pushing it as much as this game is pushing it. I don't know. It's just that when you have a game that looks like this, it says to me that it doesn't need a lot of power. Like, we got a lot of flat textures. It just doesn't seem like I should be chugging. But let's try it again. Is there anything else I can close? I can close out that. I can close out this. Those are kind of high-res textures. It's very crisp. You're very crisp. Your mom is very crisp. My mom's very crisp now, actually. There's no detail, there's no texture details to drop. I'm guessing this is Unreal. Let's look it up. Wild Blue Skies. Engine. It's a proprietary engine developed in-house. Double check the settings. Once again, anti-aliasing has been bumped up. Full screen. VSync is off. Go back, double check our settings. Okay, quit game. We're going to quit and reopen in the hopes that it'll remember our settings. Because sometimes you need to save and reload, or you got to close and reopen to have the graphical settings take effect. Plays best with the controller. Gotcha. All right, it just doesn't remember my changes. Spaces confirm.
Long ago, the...
You're going to cut through that storm? Be careful, Bowie.
Bombs away! Hang on, we'll get through this.
Ah, here we go. Okay, everything's okay now. I'm guessing, I bet it was compiling shaders. Does that mean it's Unreal?
What is this place?
These ruins definitely weren't on the flight plan.
Grimclaw's fleet hiding here all alone? Back off, Bowie.
Oh, sorry. Oh, charges on the other button. Oh, that's cool, but I still can't shoot when I'm charging. Why would you have charge on a different button if it doesn't mean you can shoot? That's a cool idea, but that's not what it's doing.
You want a piece of me? Thanks, Bowie.
Something's up ahead. I'm going in.
No time for sightseeing, boys. Keep pushing forward.
Focus, team. We'll get through this.
It's weird. The charge is on one button, but then when you're charging, you can't shoot. So, like, you can thumb it, you can rest your thumb on it, but then you can't shoot. So I don't understand the point of separating charge from the shoot button.
Looks like the storm's easing up.
Don't go jumping the shark, bombers. I'm here to stop you.
I'm gonna wreck it.
Merely a tickle. Try not to get wet. I've had it up to my gills with you.
No! Oh, it's like got like Tony Hawk character stuff.
Sending a little something your way, Bowie.
Oh. Use the boost, Bowie. Good boy. Use the boost. See, I can boost and spin. I'm gonna wreck it. I seriously have no idea why the charge is on a separate button. I also can't stand the constant jet trail. I know it looks cool, but it's really distracting. Like, I could see doing the jet trail when you're boosting. Get it? Like, shooting's just the way to go. The charge is, like, not working out. They're not doing me any favors. Like, I can't. Yeah, the jet trail's overused. Yeah. Everyone with modern GPU support is stuck in shader compile hell now. Yeah.
Blue bombers, check in.
You could do it. You could do the jet stream to help you out, like signify certain things.
I'm doing great.
I crap my pants. Weird that that you couldn't see in that ship. Makes me think they're model or something. I don't know. That was weird.
Thanks for playing.
The controls feel a little sluggish for my tastes. Vertical movement and horizontal movement aren't equal, which is also strange to me. I get that it's a jet and it's like, well, that's how a jet is or whatever. But if that were the case, it's backwards. Horizontal is way easier than vertical. Brown jet streaks. But it's the most polished game out of the ones that I played. So far. So to revisit, we've played recent games. Can I just... Okay. What did I do? Sure, done. Oh, here we go. It seems to be by time, because I played some other demos here. Oh, the X Zodiac demo is very good. I think it's one of the better ones. We did the math on this, and it was like most likely $500,000. And it's early access, and it's been early access since 2022. Not bad. This one was very poor. Something about the reticle is broken in this for me. And again, I think it's a performance thing. I think that the reticle is on some kind of tick that's not matched to the frame rate or something. It's weird. And then we have these two. One of these is like a horny game. This is more like closer to something like Strider, or what's it called? And then there's this one, and this is what I was saying I should just do, and somebody literally did it, which is just get a girl on a bicycle, like a motorcycle. Yep, and then you just. So this is like fan service shooter game. 2025, 139 reviews. Game charged $15. And this is like, again, like a Strider. Is Strider the word I'm looking for? What's the Sega arcade unit? With the guy on the flying. So that's not quite the style we're going for. But if I was to rank them, I would say EX Zodiac, Wild Blue Skies, and then Fur Squadron in that order from what I played. I don't know. I am I just an old man, but I like they introduce all these systems and stuff, and I'm just like overwhelmed instantly. Where it's like, am I supposed to care about this? What is this? Why did I get a shield? Like Space Harrier, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah. I want to like this one the most, though. Like, it's got a ton of polish. I don't know. There's something about when the presentation is so pristine, sometimes, like, something gets lost. I definitely think the streak thing is a mistake. It's too much. It's one of those things where it becomes a problem where every single screenshot will start to look the same as a result, too. Like, it looks good in still. And it's very, like, anime. Like Macross or something, but... It's a beautiful looking game. Even the lasers, if you look at the lasers, they come off as like a drawing. The enemy ones have like a border around them. Yours do not. It's a cartoon flat edge shader, yeah. Sometimes the stuff doesn't sell. Maybe it was Godot that was doing it. Maybe Johnson was right. I don't know. That was weird. I never thought. I mean, I did have a scene open. Do shout out to Johnson. Johnson's got a few games on Steam, I believe. But Mailroom is the one he's working on right now. Grinding away at Mailroom, consistently consistent. Johnson, did you see? I don't know if you're still here. Did you see the Sega CD video compression technology that I've got for the game? So I was saying that if I go down the route of working on this game, I have an idea for one mech in more like Macross Voltron kind of thing, right? But beyond that, so get away from the jets and spaceship thing, like. But then I was imagining it as like a lost media thing, and like it's an old, it's an old like Sega Saturn or Sega CD game that got recovered. So I was using, because I'm doing this with like Cyberspace, you know, we're doing hackers and everything like that. But anyways, I got the a cursed CD. Yeah. But yeah, we got it looking right. So the resolution's too high, actually. Look at that, though. Isn't that beautiful? Anyways. Forbidden Solitaire. So it wouldn't be like it's cursed, just like lost media. My wife says that looks fun.
What kind of games we're making here? They're not for the faint-hearted.
You can't do this, Lucas. You don't understand.
Can video games kill?
Solitaire.
That's great. But yeah, like lost media. Okay. 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 All right. Okay. Okay, so now we need to get this trapped on the rail again. So let's get that going. I basically just need to start busting out like the elements of the game that are literally like something to make. To Bob, look at all those. I can see why you would need maybe a custom rendering or something like that. I don't know. Doing a whole engine from scratch seems like I don't know, it's just like I guess you just want to make sure you're drawing right. I think the night streams that I'm going to be doing are going to be me creating enemies for a while. We got to get some bad guys in here. Let's close this stuff out. So what I need to do is set up the event system to hook alongside the rail system. So just like I'm drawing the dialogue here, we'll do the same thing for this other stuff for the events. So what we need to be able to do is add that in here. So how am I even doing that? I don't even remember how I'm doing so it's on rail, right? So if I go to rail here, I believe I can set up everything. Yeah, so I have an array of comm. So let's go ahead and open up rail. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So now we just need an array of events. And we're basically going to do the same thing. So now we can come to rail and add to our events. And I can actually just pick the event here, like so. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. So, can I make this something I can pick from like a resource? Maybe. For now, we're going to do that. So, the thing that we can't do, though, is have a position on the event. Not yet, at least. So we have rail position here. We're referring to it as a point. I like rail position better. Now, interestingly, like right here, I can slide this and change this here. An engine from scratch is like saying solving just the problems that let our game run, not solving to make our game run inside this engine. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. It's just, I typically equate from scratch development as being more optimized than what I just experienced. If that makes sense. So I'm just surprised about how chuggy it was or whatever I was experiencing. So that's what surprised me is the performance for being from scratch. It surprisingly feels like I'm in an engine. But no, I'm with you on that. Like, I actually agree with that. Like, the people that argue that engineering makes it easier is like, well, yes and no. If you're not, like you're saying, if you're not using an engine, you're making the game. The game is the engine. You're just making the game. You're not doing anything else. And it's like, oh, well, you gotta like, and then it's like the whole from like reinventing the wheel. And it's like, no, it's not that either. If that were true, then there'd only be one game engine, wouldn't there? So can I set up the event system in a way where, because I've got all this like craziness that I've got to do here. Can we set it up where I can just plop an enemy in and tell it to play an animation and make it that simple? Learning someone else's animation UI might not even need a UI exactly. Yeah. I mean, for instance, with this, like, right? Like, I would prefer to have some sort of like light scripting thing to be able to describe the enemy coming in at a certain point, doing a set thing, you know, something simple. And then also when we're dealing with multiple sets of enemies, to repeat that same event, but in like tandem and, but instead I'm like trapped in Godot's animation player. And so then it's like, well, then I just set up tweening for all of it, but then, you know, it's just like a whole thing. So this is absolutely me meeting friction with the engine. That's all it's going to be, really. This is what's going to slow me down, really. Now, just laying out 3D graphics like this and this is fine. I got pretty much everything I need. But or the, you know, the meshes and all that, that's fine. This is all fine. But this is standard issue 3D space editor thing, you know? Like, but yeah. And then there's also the like, okay, I have a ton of animation players on the scene. That's actually bad. You know, it just goes on and on and on. But I am feeling the vibes of being able to just slap event. Now, if I call it event, and let's say we do use, so we're describing it on a rail. If I call it an event, I could just say enemy. And can I just pick the enemy animation? If I pick the animation from the animation, okay, I just have the animation library listed in here. Can I do that? Yeah. Okay, so hang on. So we got, on rail, we have com and event. Let's rethink event. This is going to be event old. And this is going to break some things. Is there anything in here that uses event? Input event is event. Okay. All right, let's continue on. So we're going to make resource called event. Okay. Let's see if we can do an export of an animation player or an animation library. Rail has an array of resource event. Com should be called resource com. And then we're going to do resource com. Go like that. Okay, get rid of that. And then this is resource com. So we've broken our comms. Suddenly you want to pool the players, then sort them by proximity and only affect entities with other tags in a common property stack sequentially in memory before you're writing an engine. That's yeah, I've said that too about memory managed, right? Oh, memory management means you don't have to think about memory, and it's like, no, you still have to think about it. Or not memory managed. Sorry, memory management. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of garbage collection. Garbage collection means you don't have to think about memory, and it's like, oh yeah, you do, because now you don't What happens? What happens, especially in a game? What do you not want to do? You don't want garbage collection. So then what do? You pool objects. You reuse. It's like you do everything that you would have done in the first place if you were memory managed. And the same thing about not having type safety. Oh, type, I don't have to worry about types. And it's like, whoa, actually, you end up having to do the same checks and balances that you would need to do in a typed environment. So there do seem to be some universal truths about programming. Like types seem to be this like universal thing that ends up needing to exist, right? It's like, okay, that's a given. And then, like a scripting language. I don't have to compile. And it's like, well, guess what? Now that crash happens at runtime. Congratulations, you don't have to compile. Yeah, there's been talks. Juan is talking about, that's his name, right? The main. Well, he suggested that GDScript should be JIT or some sort of C JIT because, and the problem is the types. But if we could get something like that going, then you have like something like it. But GDScript is actually pretty slow. You really want to hit the engine as quick as possible. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. Let me get rid of that. No, Rail is fine. Okay. Event. So Rail's okay, we're going to go over here. If I can do this right, if we can get this right, then we can have this in all right, so we have our animation library, but we can't pick our animations. Fuck. So what we need to do is index the library, use an index on the library, preview the animation in here. So when we select it from a drop down here, it plays the animation here so we can see what it's going to do. We also need some sort of like timing thing where like we can delay it or whatever. I think, therefore I am. So I think what I'm going to do because we're in a jam game and we have to think jam fast is okay, we can call this event still. Resource event has an event. Okay. Can't find event in the current scope. Yeah, you can. There you go. Node derived, but the current class inherits resource. So we can't. Can I do? No. I would have to give it the scene, the pack scene. Okay. Event scene. And then we place it where we want it. Export var. And we're doing this because we want to be able to just use the slider. So then we do this. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Okay. So then we pick the scene. Test. Okay. So now it needs to instantiate. Now this is where things are going to get kind of hairy. So we need to put the scene on there. We're going to make this a tool. How does it know what animation to play? Like if I create one big ass thing. I'll be right back. Okay. Back to what we were talking about. So now I need to get the scene on here and then locked onto the rail. We've got to do this where we don't repeatedly add the scene. We're just going to give it a place to go. This also creates a problem with loading. Preferably in the future, obviously, like I'm talking about, we're talking about setting this up so we don't have to do this at all. So for now, I can just put them on the core scene, though. It's not going to matter. And if we're doing this packed scene, event packed scene. Var scene. Events. I guess it's just event at that point. Events. And might as well be up here actually. For sure. Okay. So we say events equals event pack scene instantiate. And then we got to get this onto the editor. Whoa. How are we going to do that? How are we going to do that? What happens if I add child? Where is this going? Yeah, it doesn't have an add child. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do here? Let's get rid of pack scene. Just make it event. Get rid of this. Get rid of ready. We can't do event because God bless America. Ah! Node export is only supported in node-derived classes, but the current class inherits resource. Right. Back to pack scene. I can't add this to I want it to follow us on the rail. I did this before, but I'd like to be able to slide it along the rail myself. And it actually needs to be this way because now we've got a rail that we can do all kinds of dynamic movement and stuff with it. So we kind of have to have this. So let's think. So the reason why I'm doing this here is because I want to just be able to go in, pick the rail, add the event, and then just slide it where I want it. So that's why we have that. Now for running in editor, I can't reference game unless I have a static class that involves adding the event, giving us back a reference, and then we can point back to that. So if I make a static function, but then I can't add something to a scene with a static function because that requires add child. So I can't do this. Add child. Tapier, how's it going? So I can't do that. Now, trusting that game is its own thing. If game is its own thing, and game knows about resources, if game gets a signal of the pack scene being added, we're in business. We can do this on the other end. So if we have a reference to event here, Rail is taking care of it. Rail is a path 3D. If Rail knows that we have that pack scene, Rail can cook everything for us. How about that? So for now, tap here. It's going good. So for each events in, and we don't want a for each event. We want a for each event pack scene. This is on process. We want this on ready. Funk ready. So got pack scene. So for each packed scene in events, how's it going? Do a shout out to M. How's your game going? It's going. I can show you here. Give me a second. Oh, God bless America. I just broke a bunch of stuff. Give me a second. So we've got enemies that are shooting at us. We can get hit by them. We can shoot them down. Oops. That didn't work. Sorry. Some things are a little weird right now. Some things are a little weird. We're in the middle of changing a bunch of stuff. We can shoot our bad guys down. We can run into things. Sounds all off because Im's not doing it. And then we have the little comm system. S-Funk, how's it going? Good luck charm for streamers. So that's where we're at. Packed scene. Unable to iterate on value. Oh, because it's a resource event. How's that for weirdness? So then we put this here. And then we add child. Okay. So now we have a resource event. Quick load a pack scene. That is event. We have a point in space. If we close and reopen game, it should create an event and add it to the scene, which means that it's down here somewhere. I don't see it. Well, somewhere there, in theory. Now, it might not be Rail 10. Okay, hang on. Area 3D event. Invalid assignment of property or key event with a value type of area 3D event on base type resource. Is it a reserved word? I'll just call it a node. I don't care. I want it to exist. Please just let it exist. Base object type. Again, what? Okay, there it is. There it is. Invalid assignment. It's not, is it? It's not private. It's just not an export. We instantiate the scene. We add it to the scene. We add the scene to the, and we're just trying to store a reference. What is the fudging problem? Is it What? Is it because it's a node? Got to add a barrel wall. Yeah, yeah. It's S-Funk. I appreciate it. I mean, I could say area 3D. Since it keeps mentioning that type. Okay, how about event ref is an integer and I set it to 2. Are you going to complain about that? Yes, you are. What? Okay. Print resource event. What do we have? We have a resource. Let's try a setter. Func set event value int event ref equals value. Set event 2. Close and reopen. Invalid function, call function, set event, base resource, attempt to call a method on a placeholder instance. Check if the script is in tool mode. It is. Your mom is in tool mode. This whole courtroom's in tool mode. Rail is a tool. An event, resource event is a tool. Attempt to call method on a placeholder instance. So that tells me that what? If we're referencing from here, we aren't getting reality. What? We're not getting the actual resource. Is that what we're learning? Why wouldn't I be able to set this? I mean, let's just for fun run the game in. We don't get the error. So I don't want an entirely separate array of pack scenes. I should be able to store it on the resource. I'm storing it in a variable that is not an export. It's not recursive what I'm doing. I'm trying to set it with the function. And it's saying I can't because sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. Let's just do a basic Google search. Google. Or no AI DuckDuckGo. Stack Overflow. Amazing. I'm going to, you know what I think is going on? We got to reload Godot. Son of a biscuit. That's all it was. Don't you hate working with tool scripts in Godot, guys? Oh my gosh. That's all it was. Oh my gosh. What a waste of time. What a fantastic waste of time. Okay. Events. Events. Go away. We don't need you. Go over here. Add child. Resource event. Event equals event. How about that? And if we can do that, then I bet we don't have to do all that other stuff I was doing. There we go. Okay. We're getting some weird other thing, though. If we go like this, we go like this. It's a little recursive. It's a little, like, weird. But this should work. And then resource event. Like that. Close. Erase. Reopen. Look at that. Okay. So now we have a reference to the event. Now, if we're in debug, we for loop. We say for event colon resource event in events. And we do the same thing. We're going to bake ourselves along the curve. So we create the point and curve sample baked com point. This is going to be event what point global position. Now we have our place, space, draw text, and we're just going to call it event position. Close. There we go. Event position. And now we can scroll the event position anywhere we want it along the rail. Look at that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh my. Are the kids, should I? Oh, they're still doing the switch.
Yeah, well, they did it separate.
So they've got enough screen time then. I guess I shouldn't watch movie with them.
Oh, Gemma.
Okay. So we're going to physically move the event along this line here. So we have a resource event. Isn't this funny? Very, very nice, Sarah Cricket. Good job. Global position equals points. And now when we update it, it'll move those ships along too. You see them moving? You see them moving? Yes, boys. Now, this isn't quite enough because we actually have to match rotations. So we have a point in space. And now we want to match that. Do a shout out to M. Give M Audio a follow. What do we got here? So that tells me that what? If we're referencing from here, we aren't getting reality. I got pizza. Again. Don't get sick, Cricket. What? We're not getting the actual resource. Is that what we're learning? Why wouldn't I be able to set this? I'll hide my face whilst I stub it. We have to get the rotation as well. Here we go. Sample baked with rotation. Which gives us a transform. And if we assign this to our transform, so that events, global transform, equals and then we say events global position equals or plus equals global position of the okay. No joy there. There we go. So now we're matching the transform. Look at that. It is weird how close we're getting to the oh, we're not adding the global position. There we go. She's so pretty. Right along the line. Perfect. Perfect. Now, does it do the rotations? Beyond, yeah, it does the whole transform. So as it starts to rotate, so says this. Yeah, even though we got, it looks weird, but it's right. Okay. My goodness. All right, so now we can add events and move them along the line. And now we have to add this to our loading. Okay. I'm going to call it. My kid's about to finish her game. We're going to watch something, hang out, do something family-like. To Bob, have a good night. Everyone else, thank you so much for hanging out as well. M, Tapir, Jotson, Jacob, Otter, welcome in. Rodrigo, Boats, Nathir, Minnie, Growling, Second, Casper, iHeart, thanks for the raid. Code Davida, Pagorli, Mr. D-Boy. Actually, I didn't do a shout out to Mr. D-Boy. Mr. D-Boy. And let's find someone to raid. We got about 30 of you hanging out. Sean is streaming speed hacking Super Metroid. That's interesting. Let's open up categories. Let's find... we got somebody doing cozy stuff. I don't know. Let's rate Arceus. Arceus is a speedrunner for retro NES games. Wears a cowboy hat and says clunk a lot. And clunk. He's a cool guy.
Running and resetting.
All right, guys. Much love. See you guys later. Have a good night. Bye-bye.